Hello and welcome to a special Pride Month Q&A episode of Media Musings. I currently see we have Junk Shop Library, Godless Scummer, Tria, and Santi the Sane in the chat. And so welcome to you. Welcome to anyone who may be lurking. And of course, anyone who may be watching in the future. So we currently only have one pre-submitted question. So let's go ahead and start with a brief round of introductions while the chat fills in and such. Let's see. Jen?
Hi. I guess most people know me by now who watch any of our content from any of us, but I'm Jen from Jen's Little Corner. If LGBT background, I transitioned 20 years ago now, in my mid-20s, and I was, whilst being trans, I was also born intersexed, although I did not find out I was intersex till I was in my early 20s, so yeah, there's that. And I'm also not only trans, I'm also bi, or pan, depending on which term you want to use, because I kind of use the two terms interchangeably, even though they're not really, because pan's more statement that you're attracted to the person for the person rather than what their gender is, which is more what my sexuality is actually. So pan's probably more accurate. So yeah, that's me.
And Sam?
I am non-binary. It's weird and complicated. My pronouns are they, them, and that's all people really need to know.
Cool.
But I am queer. There's a bunch of micro labels you can apply. But generally speaking, I am, depending on whether or not you want to count this as LGBT plus polyamorous, I am aromantic, but also in multiple romantic relationships. Go figure.
Wait, hold on with the micro labels, Sam. Let me grab a pen and paper.
Oh god! If I go through the actual micro labels, we're gonna need like a 10-minute quiz. And then I am pansexual, and then I'm also on the asexual spectrum. So I just say pansexual, but only towards my friends. Yeah. It is the best way I can explain it.
Demi-pan.
Yes, demi-pan, wow. But specifically my type is cryptid. Like I've never been attracted to someone who doesn't use the self. I've never been attracted to anyone who doesn't use the self-descriptor cryptid for their gender.
Okay, but my knowledge of cryptids, my knowledge of cryptid comes from, being a skeptic and things like that. So to me, a cryptid is a creature like the Loch Ness monster or Bigfoot.
So yes, that's more of a.
Their gender is mythical.
That's
semi-mythical, yes. or imaginary.
That's more of a joke. That's more of a joke about people, because most of the people I'm attracted to, their gender is either mostly binary with a component they can't explain to cis people, or they're non-binary and they very rarely find cis people get it.
Yes, but is that because of the cis people they're trying to explain to, or because the gender is that difficult?
I'm not entirely sure, but because they've all used because they've all used the phrase cryptid, that's why I make the joke.
And Tria, when we get to me, I like my identity is like a Matryoshka doll of micro labels.
I do have a bunch of micro labels I can use, but I don't think they're super necessary unless they come up, in which case I can explain as they go.
Yeah.
Speaking of micro labels, it's my turn. Okay, so the broad overview of me, I'm AFAB, obviously, but gender fluid. So you will notice some weeks there's no she in my pronouns. or it's just they. I learned that gender euphoria was a thing from a conversation with someone who shall remain nameless unless they wish to identify themselves. Because before that, I didn't realize it was a thing, why I had problems with being referred to solely as female. That's the gender side of it, which is still kind of developing.
I was just going to say, Noodle, you realize you've had that conversation with a lot of us?
Yeah. Actually, no, I haven't, and you have just identified yourself. So well done, Jen.
Sorry, I assumed you'd had that discussion with Ring and with Sam at some point.
You were the first for me to have that conversation.
I knew I was
the conversation about gender with Noodle kind of went, oh, cool, these are the things. This is how pronouns work.
Yeah. I have identified as bisexual now for fucking hell, 15 years. I feel old. But my bisexual is, as I'm sure you will gather when you realise what Ring's identity looks like, given that we're married. What I call bisexual, most people call pansexual, but the word pansexual was not a thing when I was developing my identity. 15 years ago, pansexual wasn't even on any forms. God forbid you knew the word pansexual. We were still making crockery jokes 15 years ago.
This is actually one conversation that Noodle and I actually bonded on. It was like, because we are technically pan, but we identify as bi because it was the words we grew up with.
That was the word, and that's the word that I learned to internalize. So that's where I am sexuality. I'm also somewhere on the ace spectrum. Somewhere. I know I'm demi because if I don't like you as a person, I will know. I'm also monogamous because married. But, just in general, I'm demi. I'm way more romantic than sexual. Like Ring will tell you, I'm always up for cuddles, but not necessarily for other things. So I'm way more romantic than anything else. And my gender, basically my gender is fuck it, whatever I feel like. Can I be bothered doing my makeup generally? It's a large part of my gender expression because it's the only bit I can really control about how I look. But if I can be bothered doing my makeup, she's probably fine. If not, stick to they. There's another micro label I need to explain that I normally use and I can't remember it. I'll come back to me at some point. I'll remember it. My gender is I don't remember.
The forgetful gender.
Dyslexic.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I mean, dyslexia in some ways, I think actually plays a part in some aspects to stuff like this because I think that you hear about it a lot. Sorry, I should before I go down this thing. I'll hold it in my head. Ring, you should do yours.
We'll do Ring and then we'll start.
We'll do Ring and then we'll circle back to this.
Yeah.
So,
right, hang on. Yeah. I really do need a pen and paper now.
Yes, because
I'm not joking because we do need to take the notes on this at some point.
Yeah. Because, micro, nested hierarchies are a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, I'm Ring. And most specifically, I identify as bigender. But, because, nested hierarchies are a thing, we get to have fun with micro labels. So, because I'm bigender, which to me means how I feel, how I experience my gender, basically bounces between the extremes of the spectrum. I am also gender fluid. And because I am gender fluid and nested hierarchies are a thing, I am also non-binary. And because trans is kind of like an umbrella term for all of that. So yeah, that's basically it.
My hands in the corner here acting like an opera conductor or some shit. Like
yeah.
Now I've got the Archers theme in my head. Dun, 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 dun.
And
so weird to me that someone outside of the UK knows what the Archers is.
well, to be fair, like
Is that weird?
Like Australia is just the UK, but the wildlife will kill you.
Oh, be careful, Ring. You make you've upset Jen.
No, not really. I mean, I actually see. I mean, when Americans say that, when Americans talk about how bad the wildlife is, I tend to point back at Americans and go, "Your wildlife is worse, way worse. You've got fucking bears and cougars and things like that."
Well, I mean,
look, as someone stuck in the middle, literally and geographically, okay. Australian wildlife, it's the small shit that will kill you and eat you.
Yeah.
American wildlife, it's the big shit that will kill you and eat you.
But they've got the little shit as well. They've got poisonous spiders and they've got poisonous snakes. Actually, more poisonous snakes than we do.
Yeah.
It's in the water that you have to worry here because we've got lots of little things in the water that can kill you.
Fun fact, the only continent with more species of poisonous snakes than non-poison, or venomous snakes than non-venomous, is Australia.
Wow, so, yeah, don't get Ring going on wildlife. We get 3 hours on David Attenborough.
We on the other hand have the second most deadly creature on the planet, Tories.
Is that after Trump? Is it?
Trump is its own entire species. That's something totally separate.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So, right, I tell you what. Jen,
hold on.
Had something to say once Ring did the thing.
Have you done anything, Ring?
I'm keeping track of questions for you, Ring.
Yeah,
okay.
We do have one anonymous question.
Yeah, Florida is the Australia of America.
Yes, but to be fair, I wouldn't go to Florida, and it's not because of the wildlife.
Yeah.
So, the heat.
Yeah,
and the Republicans.
Or the people.
So first we'll go with our first and only pre-submitted question. From a friend and frequent guest of the channel. And that's all I'll say because I didn't exactly, I didn't double check to see if it was okay to name them. But so I knew in elementary school that I was, shall we say, different. For the panel, when did y'all recognize you weren't heteronormative?
How many people who are regulars in your chat say y'all? That's going to narrow it down, first of all.
Answering that question, heteronormative is separate from cisnormative as well. So there's two aspects for most of us in that our sexuality and our identities.
Yeah.
So for me, I can't remember not knowing who I was as far as my gender identity goes. I can't remember not knowing it. My sexuality took probably until I was about 12 or 13 to figure out. So that took longer, but that's because as a young kid, sex was secondary to everything else. You don't think about sex when you look a secondary. It was a long way down the track.
Yeah.
You don't, because it's not an issue, but your gender identity is still prominent as a kid. So it was probably about 12 or 13 when I figured out my sexuality, but I knew my gender identity well before then.
Sam?
Yep.
So, this has been more recent for you purely because you're that much younger. So
depending on how loosely you want to define realizing it, when I was 9, But if you mean when I internally acknowledged it, when I was 15 for heteronormativity and 16 for cisnormativity.
Okay. Yeah, for me, well, I was always the tomboy growing up, and that was just who I was.
Yeah.
So, me looking girly like this is a relatively new development that only happened once I hit about 19. Before then, I hated anything girly, at all. But my gender really became a question when I was about that age, and has been ongoing ever since. So that's sort of the cis. I was never cis normative. I was never the pretty girl in fluffy dresses with, a Barbie doll. That wasn't me. It was cat just meowed.
Mine. She wants to come in the room and I won't let her.
Let her in, you monster!
Oh,
She climbs over the computer. She's already, I think, ruined one USB port. So,
it's just occurred to me that when I said it depends how you define realize, I wasn't super clear there. I found a notebook the other day from when I was 9 years old with "Am I really a boy?" written in it.
Oh.
Why?
I didn't actually think about it properly again because I repressed it, something Christianity, until I was like 14, 15.
Yeah, I will say something Catholic school. Definitely. Yeah, I had a lot to unpack.
Something oppressive society we live in.
Yeah, Catholic school that made me wear a skirt for 6 years. No wonder I hated girly shit.
And something fundagelicals.
Yeah, it's fundagelicals.
Yep.
Yeah. So that was me for cis stuff. Sexuality. I knew I found other girls pretty by the time I was about 8 or 9. That took on a sexual component pretty much when I really got into the strides of puberty when I was about 12. By the time I was 13, I was telling people I'm bisexual. I wasn't telling family or people who knew my parents, but I was telling people I'm bisexual online. On my Tumblr blog, I was identifying as bisexual. I was, and that has stayed pretty consistent since. I had a bit of a thing with am I bi, am I pan when I was about 17. And I was just like, I might be pan, but nah. I don't like, I just don't like the word. That is the only reason. And I'm dyslexic, so this is a valid reason. There are words that I don't like. Deal with it.
Yeah,
okay?
This is fair.
So by the time I got to uni at 19 and people were saying to me, but you're actually pan, I was like, no, I'm not. Go whistle. And that's my long story on that one.
So, but before I get into answering the question, because I kind of wanted to point this out during my introduction, but then I forgot. But I'm kind of loving.
I'm loving this.
Yeah, I'm kind of loving how the yellow writing on my shirt is just nearly green enough to make it just kind of slightly sparkly with the green screen.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah. So, anyways, so cisnormative, I got walloped in the head by it while I was still in the army.
It's funny looking back, but I'll let you tell it.
No, yeah, like basically it slammed me like literally like a 2x4 to the head.
You got pile drived by Hulk Hogan, didn't you?
Just to clarify, Ring, just give everyone the generic dates of when you're in the army year to year.
Okay. So, I joined the military in 2012. Like early 2012. Yes, early 2012 because it was after my 21st birthday.
Mm-hmm.
I was deployed to Afghanistan for the entirety of 2013. I returned, I got walloped in the head with this around September 2014-ish, and I was out of the Army for, I just ETS'd out of the Army in late 2015.
Okay. Anyone who knows your transgender political history in America will understand why those dates were fucking terrifying for trans people in the US Army.
Yep.
Trump.
No,
pre-Trump. No, it's
pre-Trump. Who was on trial for being trans at that time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not for being trans.
Let's be in the court of public opinion. That was a trial.
Trial for being trans.
Trial of anything else.
The court of public opinion, not an actual trial for being trans, on trial for something else.
Let's be honest. If being trans didn't contribute to that sentence, I'd be very surprised.
Oh, of course it did.
I would say probably around the same time, maybe slightly after.
Yeah. It did all feel like it came all at once. Like one minute you were saying to me, I might not be entirely male, and I was like, keep your trap shut until you get out of the army. Talk to me, but keep your trap shut. And then I still thought you were Christian, and then you said to me, actually, I think I might be atheist. And I was like, again, let's get you out of the army and away from your family, and then have at it.
Yeah, and that could actually be an interesting question to go around the circle with, go around the panel with. What were your religious beliefs at the point at which you realized you were LGBT, and did it affect them?
Yes.
Also, wait, hold on.
Yeah, it's a good question. I will finish my thought from earlier in a little bit, though.
But yeah, also, apparently this has been deemed an important comment.
Oh, yeah. Occasionally, but it's got to be cooking hot. I will actually go for booty shorts first, and I'm a size 26, so that's not pleasant to look at. So it's bad if I whip the skirts out. So yeah.
Ironically, like on my fem days, I am so a skirt girl.
In fairness,
you've got the legs for it though.
In fairness, Noodle, it's warm enough today that I'm wearing booty shorts. So
I'm wearing those.
You're wearing Daisy Dukes.
No, PJ bottom things. Like really thin material trousers that look like Lawrence of Arabia trousers, but they're flared at the bottom. They don't come in on the leg.
That sounds kind of cool.
No, they just I'll send you a link, Jen.
Yeah, they are fucking comfy.
So you can probably find them. Yeah, they are comfy. But yeah, as for the religion question, yes, I was devoutly Catholic. I was seriously considering taking holy orders and preparing for my confirmation when my bisexuality hit me round the head. And I promptly I was about 13. And actually my not being Catholic or not wanting to be Catholic that was directly linked to my sexuality, because there was a year, and I think it was the first year Benedict was Pope. Holy shit, I've lived through 3 popes. Some people can go a lifetime and not say that.
To be fair, like the second one quit.
Yeah.
A year into their popedom.
Not a year, but it was
Pope
for a good while, like 5 years or so at least, I think. It was either Benedict or it was one of John Paul's really late ones.
Yeah.
He stood up on Christmas Day and he said that LGBT people, this was back when it was LGBT, and there was no queer, none of this, it was just LGBT. He said we were a greater danger to the world than global warming.
Oh, I remember that. That was Benedict.
That was Benedict. Yeah, I thought it was. I read that article on teletext.
Yeah, I remember it.
On teletext. That tells you how far back we're going. On black screen teletext that looked like a DOS window. I read that article. And I went from being ready to become a nun to fuck the church and all it stands for in about a week. Over Christmas.
Yeah.
As well. Over Christmas. And I was planning on getting confirmed that year. Because confirmation happens when you're 13. They were already planning for my confirmation. My mum was saying we need to go buy you a dress before the start of the school going back in January because we're not going to have time until then. And I literally turned to my mum and I said, I don't want to get confirmed. And I was terrified to tell my mum that. And my mum was like, well, I was like, I don't want to get confirmed. I don't believe it. Luckily, she didn't press. And her reaction was, I don't have to buy a dress now.
Yeah.
So that was handy.
And
religion.
Just a quick double check. Junk shop. Is it okay if I highlight that comment?
Yeah.
But
so my relation to religion has been weird through my life. So
just a bit. I will say my polytheism has no bearing whatsoever on my sexuality and gender, except for the fact that there are people like me in the stories about my gods and deities now, which is nice.
Yeah. So
depending on
when I was 9, so this is the bit that I don't remember what I found in the notebook. I would have been like super fundy Christian.
Yeah.
When I at 14, when I realized that I was aspec, I was atheist. When I realized I was bi, I was heretical words, Christian. And then when I realized I was non-binary, I was also a heretical Christian. But then I was an Christo. I was a Christo pagan, so Christian pagan. When I nailed down roughly what my gender actually is. And in terms of bearing that it had on it, when I became a Christian and I was like, oh shit, I'm LGBT plus. Well, given that that's an inherent part of me, I guess that can't be wrong. So that informed that theological position, and that was about it.
Yeah.
Bloody cat. Sorry.
I hope it's not a bloody cat. What have you been doing? Kicking it?
No, but I think she feels like I have because I haven't let her in.
Also, there's I keep on remembering things I forgot to address in my intro.
This could be a while.
Yeah. So I didn't I didn't address pronouns for me. So basically I like the pronouns associated with the gender that I'm currently feeling, but they is good in all, they covers all sins.
I have a question that I have never asked Rain, and I apologize that I'm just jumping in and coming with it now. Do you actually get dysphoria if we use the wrong pronouns on days when you're feeling strongly one way or the other? Like, if, say, today you're femme, if we called you he, is that... Because I genuinely don't know the answer to this question, and I'm your spouse. So I want the answer to this question, please.
Put me on the spot.
No, it's
honestly, I can think of only one instance of when I really kind of experienced what I think would be called dysphoria, and that was just recently, and it fucking walloped me.
Okay.
Fucking sucks, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It sucks. I'd agree.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember when it was.
Yeah, it was a couple months back before I got what we shall call my gender affirming garments.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that now.
I like that term, gender affirming garments.
Yes.
Yeah.
Classy as hell.
Yeah.
Classy as hell.
Yeah, classier than me because I just wear
sorry because I missed the answer, but
Yeah.
I would assume that it would be somewhat dysphoric for people to use the wrong pronoun for you when you're feeling. I mean, not necessarily. Not necessarily you're going to bite somebody's head off dysphoric.
Like I guess, but I think like on the pain scale, it'd be maybe a 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a.
Yeah.
Not a.
It's like, please stop poking me.
Yeah. See,
and current, considering how like outside of this little bubble I've constructed on YouTube, Twitter, and Discord, I am very much still like stealth / closeted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I find it. I find it really weird that how much the dysphoria bothers me tends to be relatively proportional to how much sensory overload I'm experiencing.
Yeah, because I find that with it's proportionate to my mental health, because if I'm in a mental health situation where I actually feel okay, it's not good. It's going to bounce off, as with anything. If, however, I'm already down in the dumps, 4 people have yelled at me and I've been crying all day, and you use the wrong pronouns, I'm going to just explode.
Yeah.
This brings me back to the point that I was going to make earlier when we were talking about being dyslexic.
Cool.
Yeah.
Now, there's this thing where people try to say causation is an equivalent sort of thing. I can't remember how you
correlation is causation.
Yeah, that's the word. Thank you. Where they say, oh yeah, look at all these people who have autism and that are trans. Oh, maybe trans is a side effect of being autistic. No, what it is that autistic people are vitally more aware of themselves and therefore more likely to figure out that they are trans. And I think the same goes for people who have other conditions like dyslexia and apraxia and things like that, which you're having to be vitally aware of yourself, so it helps you become more aware of other things about yourself because you're constantly thinking about it.
Or as someone said during a stream I listened to, I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been on Aliakai's channel. Well, I can't remember who it was who said it, but I think it was a stream on Aliakai's channel covering our favorite punching bag.
Oh, yes.
That, the correlation is probably because autistic people don't give a fuck.
There's that aspect of it
Yeah,
too. There's also a self-awareness thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tria has just put that in the chat. Sorry, I'm tilting my head because I'm reading your name, Tria, and I'm like, how do I say that?
Just go with Tria.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah.
I think anyone with a neurodivergency is more likely to say fuck social conventions, because we're like, what have social conventions ever done for me?
Someone presented me the other day with the idea that gender is in fact a neurotypical construct.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Which amuses me. And it's like, that's not quite how that works. But I can see where it comes from, in the assumption that cis is normal probably comes from a lot of the standards in neurotypical society.
And it also conflates gender identity and gender, which are two separate things. The societal aspect of what is gender is purely socially constructed.
Gender demonstration and gender itself are two separate things.
And so it's less of a I agree with this take and more of a it's interesting.
Yeah.
Actually, to be fair, like you said, Noodle, gender demonstration and gender. We actually probably shouldn't just use gender as a term on its own. We should say,
Gender
are we talking about
expression
gender
and-
identity, or are we talking about gender expression, or are we talking about
Yeah.
societal norms for gender? Because
Yeah.
they are all different
Yeah.
things. They all have the word gender in them, but that they are different things. Gender identity is strongly correlated to social norms for gender, but it's also correlated to your brain chemistry and etc. So there's a physical and a social aspect of it.
And so let's steering back to finishing the question that we were actually on,
because then we can try and move on to our anonymous question.
Yes.
Yeah, because we've got quite a few.
So I was like crazy heavily fundagelical growing up, in that I A, spoke in tongues, B, was exercised several times, 2, believed I could see I was receiving visions.
Okay.
Dedicated a school project to Ken Ham.
Oh my god.
And like,
be careful, you're not going to have anything left for the embarrassing story stream.
Yeah. No, oh yeah. Hey, I'm 24 away from the embarrassing story stream, at least for now. But no, and those are just highlights. We will go into detail. But I was walloped, or I was like kinda on my way out of that when I was, like I said, walloped upside the head with my gender by a 2x4. In that I there was a period of time where I thought I might have randomly developed a second personality.
Yeah, that was an interesting 8 or 9 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was interesting. I tried to be supportive, and I was also like, okay, but this is a bit beyond me too. I was just like, I'll be supportive, and I'll be like, cool. But eventually I was like, I really hope you figure out that these are all just aspects of you and not...
Yeah.
Because you're not actually, there's no distinct change in who you are.
It does not appear that you're a system.
Yeah, you don't seem to be a system, but you seem to think that you might be a system for a while.
Yeah.
And I was just like that. I was 22 years old, and my partner, who I want to spend the rest of my life with, might be having a mental breakdown from army stress. God help me.
Yeah. It's very it very much nearly broke me.
Yeah, I was concerned for a while you were having a breakdown with army and shit, and I was just like, let's one thing at a time.
Yeah. And Jen.
Oh, okay. Well, see, mine's really different because I grew up as a Christian, but in the Uniting Church, which is probably one of the more forward-thinking of the big churches in Australia. Yeah. So not an evangelical, but forward-thinking. So I didn't have the same things about, I'm going to hell if I'm bi, because there was a traveling minister who often visited our church who was a lesbian. So, female minister who's a lesbian, why should I be worried about being bi? I was concerned about being trans because the subject had never actually come up in the church, and I read the Bible. So I was concerned about that. And it was something that held me back, but there was more things. I mean, as you know, Noodle and Ring and Sam, you've heard a lot of my story. There were other things that held me back much worse than the religion. So when I came out with everything, I stayed in the church. It wasn't a problem. I was married to my husband in the church. My dad walked me down the aisle and gave me away in the church I'd grown up in. So I didn't have that problem with the church, and I was accepted. So getting away from religion came after transition for me, not before, and after coming out for me as well, not before. In that sense, becoming an atheist or getting away from Christianity wasn't about my sexuality, and my but being trans had nothing to do with coming out and away from it. I mean, I've said in the video where I interviewed my mum, well, I didn't say, she said she was actually more stressed out about me coming out as an atheist than she ever was when I transitioned.
Yeah.
And it was like, yeah. So in that sense, my thing is really different.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have that.
So this is fair.
Anonymous question.
Our anonymous question was, I live in a very religious area. Here, everyone says that gender identity is just a trend for attention. I know that this is not true, but I'm still very new to all of this. What would you say to someone who claims it's all for attention?
Why would I want that kind of attention?
Yeah, that's literally it. You look at the way that...
If I was absolutely out loud and proud about my gender and sexuality where I live right now, every day of my life, at work, when I go shopping and everything else, I would have been beaten to a pulp.
Yeah.
I would not have lived this long. When I came out to my parents at 16 as bi, now, like I said, I figured it out when I was 13, so that alone should tell you something. My mother's gut instinctive reaction was, don't tell my family, they will put you on traction.
Yeah.
That was my mother's first and primary concern when I came out as bi. I'm not out to my father as not cis, because every time I speak to him, there's some snide comment about trans people, and I don't want to deal with that shit.
Yeah.
But you do live in Turf Island.
I live in Bradford, England. You know, it's... I live in like Turf Central City of Turf Island.
Yeah, pretty much.
To get more turfy than where I live, you've got to go pitch a tent in J.K. Rowling's backyard.
Or Richard Dawkins.
Yeah,
I am sure there's lots of I'm sure there's lots of male turfs who would happily pitch their tent in J.K. Rowling's backyard.
Yeah, I'm sure there are. But let's not go there.
Yeah.
Ew, I did not think of... Oh. Jen! Damn it, Jen!
And so...
But, you know, I don't talk about it. Why would I actively don't want that attention. The only places I am out are Twitter, Discord, and YouTube with my gender. My sexuality, I'm out everywhere, because I told everyone basically go fuck yourselves when I turned 16. And I came out to everyone. It's like, if you don't like it, fucking well lump it.
Yeah.
But I can't do that with my gender yet, because I know trans people where I live who are routinely victims of transphobia and physical violence because of it. And I'm not physically strong enough to take a beating that often. I'm already got various chronic illnesses. I don't need more of that shit. You know?
Yeah.
Why would I want that level of attention? You know,
no one wants it. There is no one in this world wants the attention where the attention is, I'm going to get beaten, I'm going to get called names all the time, I'm not going to live a normal life, I'm going to find it hard to get a job. Nobody wants that attention.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I would just say Tusker's just passed a comment. And I'll be surprised if most of those EDL people who went after you weren't locals. I would be surprised, because we have an issue with racism in this city, and I will be the first to admit that.
That checks out, unfortunately.
That checks out. We have a massive Muslim population and a massive Polish population, but we also have a massive racist population. Don't at me.
Yeah.
And I've had my own run-ins with the EDL. In Bradford as well, so I know exactly what you're talking about there, Tuss.
Yes. EDL being English Defence League, for people who are not familiar.
The KUK, but if possible, stupider.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you know, to answer the question once again, I'll reiterate: outside of the little bubble I've constructed for myself on the internet, I am stealth. In meat space, I am like 100% like ninja stealth.
Kitty! Sorry, I'm just kidding. Kitty. I
She's
needed the
adorable. She
happy
won't stay here
feelings.
long.
Yeah.
I need the oxytocin. Kitty. This is how I react when I see cute, fluffy things. Now you know why Rick's worried I'm going to make us live on a farm.
A lot of people think she's a kitten. She is not. She is nearly 10 years old.
No. All cats
Kitty
are
just refers to
kitties.
cats.
All cats are kitties. Don't again.
Oh no, they
all
are.
cats
I'm just
kitties.
saying she is a small adult cat. So she does kind of go. People go, "Oh, she's what a adorable kitten." She's not a kitten.
She's got like calico markings under the dark fur. That's really awesome.
Really
it's like
interesting.
She's brown cat, but it's like she's somewhere between a tabby and a calico. She's really cute.
There's
I
little
love her
bits of brown in there. Most of her fur is silver, and she's called Silver. So
Aww.
Anything else for the anonymous question?
So my kind of take on it tends to be like a similar thing, but then also like my life would be a fuck of a lot simpler if I even pretended to be cis. Like I could use the bathroom for a start.
Yeah.
And like I then tend to go, okay, so what do you think I mean by gender? And that's a conversation I'll have with them about what it is.
Yeah.
Because they don't normally get it.
I will say I'm here totally willingly for this Q&A, but generally I have been an activist in sexuality and gender circles since I was 14. I mean, actively talking to other activists and doing stuff. I helped found the Bicast before I was 18. And that podcast, as far as I know, is still going strong. You know, I am friends with people, Binet USA and everything else who've been there donkey years. But generally, I don't have time for the emotional labor of explaining shit like that. Hats off to you if you do. Great. I don't have time for it. I've done it all, been there, done it all, and I've just had enough.
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying everyone should. I'm saying that's my general tactic because it was specifically what do we do.
Yeah.
And, like, I've also been actually in it for significantly longer than I've been out. I was still completely in the closet when I helped arrange one of the local Pride events.
Yep. So
I was exceptionally strong ally.
Yeah.
Speaking of allyship.
Yeah. Ally is a verb, not a noun.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this. Ally is not an identity, it's an action. Your allyship is only as good as your next act of allyship. I see it in a lot of people will say, "Oh, I did something in 1987, and this makes me no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Being an ally is, and hats off to people who are good allies. One of the things is, I find with allies as well. I tend to find allies are the people most likely to ask me really uncomfortable questions because they think they are actively trying to learn, but they haven't figured out the boundaries.
Yeah.
And yet, if you ask similar questions to them, they go, "What? You can't ask me those questions." Yeah. If you're an ally, think about what you'd want to be asked yourself. I mean, an example of that. Have you had surgery?
None of your goddamn business.
Yeah.
None of your goddamn business.
Yes,
how would you like it if somebody walked up to you and said, "Hey, what bits have you got in your panties?" You know, it's not the way you do things. It's like
I refer you to what John Oliver said. Some transgender people do undergo hormone therapy or sex reassignment surgery as part of their transition. Some do not. And interestingly, their decision on this matter is, medically speaking, none of your fucking business.
Yeah.
I love it.
I love that.
I saw a great quote once that said, "If you're not fucking me, financing or feeding me, then what I do with my body and my life is none of your fucking business."
Yeah.
Pretty much. And I I think my kind of take for big misconceptions a lot of allies will have is that they can speak for us if we're in the room. Like if I have, for example, had the conversation with Jeff about my pronouns and he wants to pick someone up on it, that's great, and I think Jeff should do that. But if someone asks me to explain my pronouns, I think I should be allowed to do that.
Yeah,
Yes.
don't come jumping in on my behalf. I will say as well, there's a lot of things. We have LGBT spaces. I know you're allies. You are not a safe person to be in those places. And I know that's hard. You're our ally, but we're excluding you. But we need those spaces away from even you, where we can say things and explore things that as an ally, we can't say that to you until we've figured out what we want to say. Now, if you are questioning, if you are not out, you are welcome in those spaces. Just please don't identify yourself as an ally to try and get entrance. Just talk to someone discreet. So listen, I'm still questioning. I'm still trying to figure it out. You will be welcome with open arms. But if, as an ally, don't loudly declare, "Oh, I'm an ally, so I deserve to be in your spaces." It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
There's one exemption I would put to that, Niddle, and that is if you're the parent of an LGBTQ plus child, then there's no reason why a parent shouldn't enter the space with the child to offer the support for the child. But that would be the only exception I would
with the child in a child safe arena, because there are a lot of LGBT safe spaces that are not child friendly.
No, I agree.
And you should not be letting your child access those spaces.
I find it really funny. There's a lesbian bar in Manchester, and it's like, while I think it would be really cool to go there, I'm not going to go unless I'm like going with lesbian friends.
Yeah.
Even as another LGBT person.
Yeah. Same. Like when I was in uni, we did a night out to Manchester, and we did a gay bar, a lesbian bar, and then just a general LGBT bar at the end of the night, like a big event they had on. And we literally, at the start of the night, most of us split up, and the lesbians went to the lesbian bar and the gays went to the gay bar. Because I was AFAB, I went to the lesbian bar because I was bi. You know, I'm not gonna. The gay bar implies AMAB. That's assigned male at birth. So I went to the lesbian bar. You know, and we sort of did that. And then we all met up outside the big event and we were like, cool, let's all go in. And most of us were dressed in leather and shit as well. So, you know.
Yeah.
Because you have
Noodle.
fun.
Noodle, do you know
the Pride the kink at Pride discourse? I'm sure we'll get there.
Yeah. Noodle, do you know Vanilla?
Vanilla Bar? Yeah, that's one of the places we went to.
That's one of the places that I'm planning to take. You've met my best mate, right?
Yeah.
Her.
Cool. Yeah.
And I've been forewarned that I basically have to make sure I'm actually like dressed in my leather coat. But
no.
That was more of a that's the style of people in Vanilla.
No, it's not. If you go to GAY late at night, you'll feel like you fit in more if you're wearing a leather corset and booty shorts. Yeah. But it's not. It's optional. I went in what essentially looked like a workday clothes, where I don't
say have to in like a serious sense. In more of a this is what people generally wear sense.
This is what people generally wear, but it really is optional, as is anything when you go to an event like that. I know we say it jokingly, but I feel like we need to clarify it is only a joke when we tell people that. It's banter.
And like,
dress how you're comfortable.
Pretty much, yeah. And I'm also very pleased because I've seen a picture of the inside of Vanilla and it has a no turfs on our turf sign at the bar.
Yeah.
No turfs on our turf. Oh, that is awesome. I like it.
Turf, yeah. But yeah. Sorry, I had to kind of jump in there and say that, Sam, because I didn't want you having the impression you couldn't go unless you were kicked out. Like,
no, that was me being humorous. I just acknowledge my tone is a bit shit today.
You're a divergent. Sorry.
Yeah.
All good. Are we all neurodivergent here?
Yeah,
I'm pretty
I think
sure
so,
we
yeah.
are.
Although
Yeah,
we have at least one that needs diagnosing officially.
Oh, okay.
We're fairly certain Ring's neurodivergent, but
Yeah.
The long story.
Yeah.
Let's leave it at that. It's a long story.
I mean, in fairness, being trans is technically a neurodivergence. So
Yeah, I suppose it. Oh no, I don't know.
so.
Is it?
Yeah.
Only if you say that. If you're talking about the neurodivergent, if you're talking about the spectrum of neurodivergencies, everything from being dyslexic to being an out-and-out psychopath is on the same spectrum. When you're talking about the broad range of spectrums.
In the loosest
not,
possible terms.
Yeah.
If you're going to say being trans is neurodivergent, then you're also saying the other side of that being cis is also neurodivergent, because somewhere in the middle, being gender fluid would be actually normal.
Yeah.
Yes, because it would average out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
to borrow from my favorite meme, well, yes, but actually no.
Actually,
well,
yeah, pretty much.
Well, the average person is neither male nor female, has one arm, one leg. You know, if you look
that's
at
the thing about averages.
Yeah.
Averages are weird.
There is no average person. You cannot find the average person. Yeah. They don't exist.
Exactly.
So,
normality
I think the problem is perception. Once you find the average person, they interact with the world and stop being average.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
you're so normal.
It's like you couldn't find the average family because who has 3.2 kids? It's like no 2.3 kids.
2.4.
2.4, something like that. 2.4 kids, yeah.
It's like
2.4
you can have a 0.4
there will be a specific point where someone is giving birth and the child is like 0.4 out of them.
And then it dies.
And at that exact moment, they are a normal family, right until the child is all the way out that they have 3.
You are only a normal family during the birth of your third child, and only for a moment.
And only if you've got the right amount of wealth and you own a home in a certain city in the world.
Yep.
It's like push, but then wait and fill in your census form first.
You need to take a photo. You're the first average person in the world. Get the rest of the family around.
Oh,
I can't hold it any longer.
No, it's like push, and then the husband in the background going, "Honey, what's our average income after tax?"
Get the camera out, selfie stick. What?
Average family.
Average family.
Yeah.
Do we have other questions as well? Because
yes,
I'm not sure if we're just.
There was. I kind of want to bring that question back up again for us.
Which one?
I want to say. I want to just take a moment because Scummer asked that question.
Yeah.
Scummer's normally on this stream because he and I normally come over from Asterisk. All power to you, Scummer, for taking a step back this week. That's the kind of allyship we need. The kind of allyship that says, I support you, I'm with you, but I am not going to take a space and talk over you.
Yeah.
That to me is a great example of being an ally. And asking questions and engaging with us. Perfect
There's
example.
a difference between standing beside us and supporting us and then trying to get in front of us and speak for us.
Yeah. We don't need white knights. We don't need you to take the bullet for us. We just need you to be there
to help back us up.
Yeah.
And this is what the LGBTQ plus community has been about. We are allies, even within the broader community. We are allies. I mean, many of us feel so many of those letters, but we are allies as part of that community. Well, we ally with each other because we have this common thing of oppression. We have this common thing with sexualities or identities and things like that. So, and there's so few of us compared to the cis-het normative people in the world that we need to come together and support each other. I really hate it when the community starts kicking each other. When you get gay people who hit trans people, you have trans people who shit on people for their sexuality, or you get
Normality
whatever, because that happens
yeah.
all.
Or
You need to
normality
stop that
politics. Or
shit.
what's the word?
Yeah.
Respectability politics.
Yes,
Yes,
that
and especially
you need to
when-
stop with that.
All bound up in the kink at pride and is queer a slur discourse, which has come back around for some stupid reason.
Oh
like,
my!
no, not since the 80s. Grow up.
My favorite is when people shit on ace people to get brownie points with the straights.
Did you see that post by Katie Montgomery today, Noodle?
I didn't, but can I just say something about what Sam just said? And then I'll let you tell me about that. I am an asexual person.
Same.
If I see you on Twitter or anywhere else claiming that people can't be kinky at Pride because it will bother people like me, I am going to come and bother people like you.
Yeah.
And for legal purposes, that threat goes no further verbally, but you fucking know that you're taking the piss. Stop it.
I feel like that's a bit like how when one of my friends made a joke about neopronouns the other day for me, it was like, this is fine, but I was in a bad mood. And so my immediate response was, shut up or I'll make your pronouns were.
I love it. I need that. Also this.
Yeah.
Shut up or I will make your pronouns the recently deceased. Don't ask
or to say what I like to say when people try to use, respecting the military for, to cover for their bigotry, or try and score cheap patriotism points by honoring the military. I had the green weenie up my ass for 3 years. I don't need your hand there either.
I fucking love you, Ring.
The thing with the post that Katie Montgomery made, and I'd search for it, but I'm not going to. I'm going to paraphrase it.
Yeah.
Pretty much, a guy came into her chats and said, the reason I support gender critical people over trans people is because most trans people support the reclaiming of the word queer, and I hate the word queer because it was a slur, rah 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 rah. And he goes,
it's
otherwise
I
happily support trans people, and go, well, that's just bullshit up front. You obviously don't support, and this is an excuse because you don't like the word queer.
Right. Okay. The word queer, it is totally valid if the word queer hurts you, and you are a queer person.
Yes.
And queer is everything from sexuality to gender. It's everything that's not straight, cis. It's everything. It's an umbrella term.
Yeah.
But you have to understand that even in academics, which are usually at least 30 years behind social discourse, even in academics, queer studies has been a thing since at least the 80s. And they've been using that term. We reclaimed it a long time ago. Also, while we're on the topic, we also reclaimed the pink triangle. Now, I know that hurts some people, but we reclaimed it to try and control that hurt. Don't come back and tell us that we are anti-Semites or that we are homophobic for reclaiming the tools of oppression that were used against us.
And I don't see the problem. Reclaiming words takes power away from bigots.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The black community reclaiming the N-word.
Yeah.
Trans people reclaiming tranny as a word.
Yeah.
To take the power out of these people who would use these words as things. Now, I don't use that word, but I totally get reclaiming it. Reclaiming words is a great thing.
See,
fixing language so
words is
take the power from it.
I'll let Sam go, then I'll add on.
Yeah.
So if you see something as a slur towards a community, then that's fine to not use it. But especially with like identity stuff, if someone says this is the term to use for me, like I have a friend who has explicitly asked me to refer to her as a dyke, I will use that term for her. And I use the term queer, and I use the term queer because it fits, and because if I don't use it, there is no other umbrella term. And so I'm going to have to spend 10 minutes explaining myself every time someone asks.
Yeah, exactly. And that's part of the reason I use queer a lot as well. Because you saw how long it took me to explain my identity, and I didn't even get to the bottom of it. Queer is faster.
Me, you, and Ring are all just like, do you want a 10-minute like vocab lesson and then the explanation?
You can have the PowerPoint or you can have the word. Take your pick.
Yeah.
You know.
Also, oh, go on.
Just the thing with queer is as well. If someone says they're reclaiming it, but they've used it as an insult, that is not reclamation. I don't care if you've reclaimed a term for yourself. If you then sling it at someone else as an insult, you are using it as a slur, and your reclamation becomes null and void. Because you don't know if that person has reclaimed it as a slur or as a term as well. If you are not sure about a term, someone that you've reclaimed for yourself, if you don't know for certain that person hasn't reclaimed a slur, be it a racial slur, a sex thing, a gender thing, whatever it is, do not use it towards that person. Once you're close enough friends, you will realise whether they use that term or not. If you don't feel comfortable asking them if they use that term, you've no right to use that term for them because you're not close enough friends to have that conversation.
Yeah.
If you're not sure, the answer is no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is basically something I want to say. Because I've had people, like, I'm mixed race. I reclaim the term half caste. I would not use that for anyone else. I also, as a person of colour, I've had people say they're reclaiming the N-word and then sling it at me as an insult. And I'm like, no, that shit don't fly. Because I don't.
If you reclaim it, you don't have the right to use it as an insult
that's not
anymore.
my word. I haven't reclaimed it, so you don't get to use it against me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's people's identities are very complex. Have conversations with them if they are willing to have that conversation. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
basically.
That's actually another mistake I see a lot of allies make, is assuming that if one of us has reclaimed a slur, that means that word's fine now.
Also, if you're an ally, you don't have the right to reclaim a slur.
No.
Just outright, you don't have the right to reclaim that word.
Or
you can use that word to refer.
Know the word is a slur. Stay away from it if you're an ally.
If you're using the word in an academic context, it's not reclamation. It's an academic context. In general, though, if you're an ally, don't say because I can use this word because I'm an ally. If someone said I can use the N word because I've got black friends, I would hope all of us would want to slap that person. Yeah. The same applies to any other slur.
Or,
to
quote a different but equally great Sam, I can't carry it for you, but I can carry you.
Yeah. And that's, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do also want to kind of throw out in terms of, we kind of touched on this a bit on the allyship, and my brain has just remembered I wanted to say it at the time.
Cool.
If I have the spoons, generally speaking, to do a decent amount of emotional labor, so it might take me a day or two to get back to you, but DM me on Twitter if you have questions you're concerned might be invasive, and I can try and help.
Yeah, I don't have those spoons. I will take a nap after this stream because it will use my spoons answering all these questions. If you've got a question, I'm not saying don't ask me. I'm saying ask if it's okay to ask first.
Yeah.
And if I say to you, no, get out of my DMs, come back in a few days, or no, I don't want to answer that, respect that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you will see.
Not everyone.
If you get one warning with me, if I say no, or I say I don't want to talk about that, and you carry on, I will blow the fuck up at you. And everyone in this community knows that I will do that and have done it.
Yeah.
And not just on sexuality stuff.
Yeah.
I will blow up, and I will blow things wide open as well, and I will do it publicly. I am not afraid to cause a scene when people breach my consent. And consent is key in all of this. Ask before you start asking invasive questions.
So that's why I say it. I'm giving a general, you're fine to ask, just be aware it might take a bit of time for me to get back to you. But come to me with awkward questions rather than pestering someone who doesn't have spoons.
Yeah. Or I will even, if you come to me with a question and I don't know the answer, I will say, go talk to, if you come to me with a question about, say, being intersex, I will say, well, go talk to Jen. Jen has said that they know about that. That's me saying, go ask them if it's okay to ask them. That's not me saying I give you permission to ask them.
Yeah.
Check in with people.
So
emotional labor is hard.
Yeah. So really quick, easy question before we move on to the next real question.
No.
So hold on. Okay, it is covered out by the green screen. So it's the Arizona green tea with ginseng and honey. And if anyone who's working in the Arizona tea marketing department is watching this in the unlikely event, this would be a kick-ass label.
Yes, it would.
Yeah,
Actually, you can just see the words there for a second. It would. The only thing is, maybe not that part of it because the purple clashes with the flowers.
Yeah.
It kind of puts them out.
Yeah, maybe like the pink and the blue.
Pride flag. Like the big main umbrella pride flag. That could be cool.
Yeah. So more...
Please only do that if you're actual allies. I hate when corporations do it and their idea of being an ally is to put the flag on their colours and then disappear.
Yeah.
We support
some shit you might like to buy.
And then you go and look up their history, and they've never employed an LGBT person in their life knowingly.
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A presents the new rainbow chicken sandwich.
Is that real or is that satire?
I could almost imagine it.
No.
Yeah,
See,
no,
I'm now
they would do that, and they would say it's about.
The rainbow is gods.
Yeah, the rainbow is gods.
Just like Pride edition of Harry Potter with like different pride flags on the front of the books.
Wasn't it the most embarrassing thing in the world when Canham did that whole thing about reclaiming the rainbow for God?
Oh, and made the rainbow.
Look,
and
you can't reclaim the rainbow for God. Listen, I have an argument against that now. You can't reclaim the rainbow for God. God damn it, it's for key workers.
Anyway, the rainbow
UK,
is the Bifrost Bridge.
And key workers. Don't add us.
No, okay,
the rainbow is the Bifrost Bridge, and God has no claim over it in the first place.
The rainbow is where all the puppers and kiddies go when they shuffle off the mortal coil.
So here's the thing. I have a legal argument as to why Christians can't take back the rainbow.
It already belongs to Skittles?
No. So here's the thing. It assuming Yahweh has had the trademark on the rainbow because Noah's Ark, blah blah blah. When we took the rainbow back, Yahweh did not submit a cease and desist, so he lost all trademark rights to the rainbow.
Also, can I just point out, historically, Yahweh has broken his covenant with the Jews multiple times, ergo their contract is null and void.
Yeah.
I mean, also, doesn't it become public domain like 50 years after the creator is dead?
What are you insinuating about Yahweh there, Sam? Would you like to call the trolls?
Gestures vaguely at Jesus.
Gestures vaguely at the third day on the calendar.
Effectively, wouldn't the rainbow be a trademark and not copyright?
Yeah, that's why. Yeah. And trademarks have to be vigorously defended, or else they're null and void.
And I can't remember the last time God rigorously defended a trademark.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, Ham tried to, but 2,000 plus years too late, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 2,000 plus years. That's not a vigorous defense if this is the first time.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Ooh. That question from Trey is fun.
Yeah.
We
basic
all
LGBT terms.
Yeah. That for a start. I wish I knew more basic LGBTQ terms. Like, I still struggle with which acronym we're on and what letters are in it these days. That's why I just use queer.
I'll be honest, GRSM is my preferred, but I can use any.
Okay. Here is why I don't like GRSM. At the moment, you have things like pedophiles who want to say, "Oh, we're part of that." If you don't have a set acronyms that are meant to mean something, it's much easier for them to say, "Oh, we fit in we fit in GRSM." So I dislike that. I realize I'm talking about excluding in certain circumstances here, but I think there is a need to exclude certain things.
Yeah, because I feel like GRSM covers everyone who's not straight, cis, white, vanilla, missionary position.
Yeah, and it covers people who are like pedophiles or someone who's a predator could even be. So I have problems with that.
In terms of GRSM, I tend to argue that there is a a T in brackets before the RS, teleophilic, specifically.
I know what philic is. I'm struggling with the teleo.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a term for people who are strictly attracted to adults, effectively.
Why is there a word for that?
Yeah, okay, that's odd.
I feel like that shouldn't be something there is a specific word for.
Mm.
I am an adult attracted to other adults. No, that's the default. Sorry, that just
It's okay. There is I looked it up so that I can ask people who are really mad with LGBT people if they're teleophilic. And then when they say no, I ask if they're asexual.
I suppose you could GRCSM, gender and sex, and GCSRM, gender and consenting sexual.
Yeah, my sexuality is consent.
Yeah.
Consensual. Consenting.
Like, yeah.
So as long as your sexuality is all about consent.
Yeah.
Yes.
But how many straight men is that? Then again, we're not thinking about straight men, are we? Ignore me.
Oh, I had the most funny experience the other day.
Noodle, bring in the fire.
I have had the experience of multiple of my boyfriends knowing them when they've come out as trans, and them sitting there and having the realization that they are now a white man.
Holy shit, that would break me. Yeah. I'd just be so confusing.
Mind you would struggle to be a white man, Noodle.
I think I'd make a very good white man if not for the 44 double E's and the high pitched voice.
And the skin tone.
You can
the skin tone is also issue.
Yeah, you know, if only I could borrow those.
Yeah, I will say, and I will categorically say this because it's going on in the chat. Child abusers have no place in the LGBT, frankly, in any community, unless you're talking about prison. That's the community they belong in.
I thought you were going to say Catholic then.
The Catholic prison community. They can have their own little section. Like
that's possibly me.
I am like hardline ACAB, but for pedophiles I make an exception.
And there goes any chance at future monetization.
Yeah. And I think to kind of get back to
this topic,
I just want to clarify though. Just want to clarify.
The algorithm might pick it and we get taken down.
People who are into anime are not predators.
No.
Lolly is a different. Lollicon's a different thing.
Lolly and Shotter is totally different.
Yeah.
Yeah. That they're not, and please don't sling that term around at people who are into that kind of thing. It's a valid kink, and they're not hurting anyone. Leave them alone.
Also,
if your kink doesn't hurt somebody, then that's fine. You know, there are people who have pedophilic tendencies who actively do not act upon them, and that is fine. That you can't help what you're attracted to. I do accept that, but you can control what you do with that.
About it. Yeah. I will say as well, if you are minor attracted, you are going to find a lot of people who don't want to interact with you, even if they're not minors. A, you better not be around minors, because if I find out, I will knock your block off. And I mean that in all seriousness.
Yeah.
And B, stay away from adults who don't want to interact with you as well. You don't know who is a victim of past, who is a survivor. You don't know who you are triggering by being open about who you are. So please respect when people say, I don't want to interact with maps. I don't want to interact with people like that, or with specific kinks that maybe imitate that dynamic.
So
do not interact is a valid thing.
Also,
this is true. I think we should kind of bring this back round to Tria's initial question.
Yes,
I would appreciate that.
I would.
Hold on. A brief palate cleanser. A brief potential palate cleanser before we get back to that.
Yes.
Of course, it may not be a palate cleanser for those who don't like to hear Kent Hovind's voice.
Ugh. Go on.
Well, yeah, so the thing here is the entire Earth wasn't, in fact, covered in water in 2004. So he didn't flood the entire Earth.
Scummer, that's not controversial. That's pretty much the default.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to say that. Don't put it up because we have moved on from the topic. But yeah, it's not controversial. That should be the default.
Yeah, that's not controversial. That is
something that I wish was more common knowledge and more commonly understood is the way queer communities tend to work, because a lot of people assume that the like gay friend stereotype is a thing, when in reality you will find that any given friend group that has a queer person in it is probably all maybe bar one or two queer in the end.
We are like moths to a flame. We congregate.
Yeah.
And like that is
look at us.
Yeah.
Look at the community we actually have online. I'm saying, I mean, how often, I mean, for any of us, how often, if we are in streams, is a large proportion of the people who are on the stream part of the LGBTQ plus community?
Yeah, and it's not because the community is so big. It's because we've all kind of banded together.
I have like three cishet friends IRL, and 2 of them are sus.
Yeah.
I am not going to comment on the dynamics of my siblings.
The dynamics of your siblings are hilarious, and I love it. 10 years ago, they didn't know what LGBT was. Let's say that has changed drastically.
Yeah.
Considering I was the first LGBT person who was out and proud around them, I think.
Yeah.
It's changed drastically to how they reacted to me. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Oxic sort of is, but usually we add the Q on the end of it because queer is an umbrella term, so it sort of brings everybody into
they sort of say queer and or questioning with the Q, don't they?
Yeah. So I will say LGBT plus and assume that the Q is in the plus, but LGBTQ plus is also good.
Yeah. Most of us don't generally say the rest of the letters because we just assume that everybody knows they're there, but yeah,
it's like if I say bi, assume there's an asterisk above the I, because that's an umbrella term. I want to talk about when we're talking about
precisely true.
Yes, we do. We really do.
My friend group was mostly cishet a few years ago.
Have the friends changed or have the labels changed?
The labels have changed. We now have a cis friend.
There's always one token cis person in the group.
Yeah.
And they just got as bi
recently. They came out.
They recently came out as bi. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, the token cis person in my friendship group used to be Ring.
Yeah.
We need a new token cis person. We are taking applications.
A token cis person in our group. It's Jeff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, cool. We have a token cis person. We're back up on numbers. Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, Jen is this stream's token binary person.
Yeah, I really am. Isn't it weird that in this stream I am the only binary person?
Yeah.
As far as gender identity,
a few times actually, it's weird.
Yeah.
And none of us are straight.
I don't know that any of me, Noodle, and Ring can be straight.
Look, my name's Noodle. You have to understand that when I'm hot and wet, I get a little bit. I'm allowed to make that joke. It's my sexuality.
And then I am a noodle.
Floppy when they're hot and wet.
No, they go more flexible. They get more flexible. That's what goes on there.
Well, I mean, I'm straight ?
You are. Noodle hasn't taken me to any kinky places yet. That's what you are. Let's one step at a time.
That checks out, actually.
We need pictures when that happens.
Oh my gosh! What? I've just Ring's brains just all over the wall where their head exploded. I don't think I've even taken Ring to a sex shop yet, have I?
No.
We should fix that.
The computer again.
You know
The
what's
thing
going to
I'm still
happen?
connected.
I'm going to remember this conversation in like 2 days' time and just drop a link to Bad Dragon in Rings DMs. And to the people who know they're killing themselves laughing,
That's
Ring doesn't know what they're in
boy.
for just yet.
Oh, Noodle, have I
No,
sent you?
I am aware of the reputation Bad Dragon has.
Yes, but have you actually seen it?
I think you showed me.
Noodle, I have
Okay.
a thing for you in DMs. Give me a minute.
Someone
A
sent
thing
me
in
a thing
DMs.
yesterday, and I was
That
just
sounds.
So, since we're speaking, since we're talking about kink, might as well go into
Yeah.
that.
So,
Discord.
trigger warning
Yeah.
for kink stuff. If anyone's uncomfortable with kink
Yeah.
stuff, warning
we
now.
will. We will keep it 16 plus.
Yeah.
We won't get into explicit depictions of kink and stuff.
Yeah.
Um,
Try and keep it barely R.
Kink at Pride. Kink belongs at Pride and has belonged at Pride since before Pride was Pride.
Yep.
Kinksters have been fundamentally allies to the LGBT community before there was an LGBT community. A lot of the people at Stonewall, which is the origin of Pride, were Kinksters. Wasn't Stonewall a kinky club? I'm sure it was like it had a
Stonewall was a kink adjacent LGBT plus bar.
Yeah.
It was an
that was
everything
accepting
bar.
of people of color in the 60s and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was color accepting. It was anything LGBT accepting and kink accepting. So it was an everything bar, which is why it was targeted so much by the police. And
it was also run by the mafia, which you can't have it all.
Yeah, that's one of those. There's a reason the first Pride was a riot.
Yeah. The reason it was run by the mafia, though, is because so-called legitimate businesses wouldn't host LGBT and kinky communities. And wouldn't host communities that were a mixture of races. That's why it was run by the mafia, because no one else would take on that kind of business. Because they were also bigoted and closed-minded. And they didn't do the whole diversity thing.
The mafia didn't give a shit, and that's why the mafia ran it.
The mafia don't give a fuck as long as you pay your debts to them. That was the deal.
100% with you there, Tria.
Yeah, absolutely, Tria. Aside from the sex repulsed, same.
Yeah. Also, I mean, also same bar sex repulsed, but Yeah. There is nothing inherently sexual about kinky clothing and aesthetic. I own a leather jacket that I wear to work. I could also wear it to Pride, and it's just as acceptable. Leather itself is not. It's not. It's the power dynamics. It's the relationship, and the one thing about kink is consent is key. And if anyone wants the rack lecture, by all means DM me for that. I pretty much have it memorized. I will just drop it in your DMs. I will throw out that when we talk about
consensual kink.
When we talk about kink at Pride, we're talking about lifestyle kinksters and kink fashion. We're not talking about scenes.
No, we're not talking about scenes. No, scenes happen at the after parties and in private closed off areas that you absolutely can avoid and still go to Pride. But what you will see at Pride are people in pup play gear, are people in infantilism gear, are people in throw other kinks out at me. Like
you have
gear, like horseplay gear.
You'll have people in the leather community who'll have their collars and shit, because for anyone who doesn't know, the leather community isn't actually about leather itself, but about slave master dynamics.
Yeah. And you have to understand as well, a collar to someone who is kinky is no more sexual than a vanilla person's wedding ring.
Yeah.
And it carries pretty much the same significance for the relationship. So that's a very broad overgeneralized term. There's different kinds of collars, but generally they're a marker.
This is a serious relationship.
Yeah. You ain't giving a collar to that person that you screwed in the back of a cinema. You know, it's a long-term relationship and you've made a commitment of some form or other. And there's a lot of information. There's a lot of bad information about kink out there. Please, please, please be very careful where you get your information. And for fuck's sake, if it's from 50 Shades of Gay, stop, throw it away, walk into a sex shop and ask the person behind the counter about real kink. I promise you they know.
Yeah, 50
Be
Shades of Grey is
careful
just
though,
a
because
dumb book and a dumb
I
movie.
walked in a sex toy shop the other day, saw a copy of 50 Shades by the counter, and nearly walked out.
Okay, when I say walk
let's
into a
face
sex
it.
shop, they'll sell it, but a lot of the people in the store, if anyone tells you 50 Shades of Grey is good kink, run from them and do not engage in a scene with them.
It was written by a sexually repressed housewife who was just getting her fantasy on. It had absolutely nothing
It was
to do
Twilight
with kink.
fanfic.
Yeah, I
Twilight
read that fanfic.
She had no idea
okay.
what she was talking about.
The Venn diagram between people who think 50 Shades is good, is good kink, and people who stan Joker Harley is practically a circle.
Unfortunately, yeah.
That means they don't respect consent. So let's go for it.
So Joker is abusive to Harley, and people ship it because reasons.
I mean, I ship Hanagram. I can't talk about. Listen, your fictional ships do not denote what you are into, or in real life.
The thing is that people who, in nerd terms, people who ship those two tend to say they want to be like Joker.
No. Let me tell you what the perfect relation. If you are looking for perfect representation of a kinky couple on mainstream TV or movies, Gomez and Morticia Adams.
Yes.
I don't want Romeo and Juliet. I want Gomez and Morticia Adams.
I actually
they have respect and they love each other.
I actually
ideal.
semi-jokingly threatened my boyfriend with doing cosplays as Gomez and Morticia the other day, and he was just like, "Fuck yeah, when are we doing that?"
Yeah, that's how you know you've got a good one. Keep him.
Yeah.
Keep him.
Another point on the, another additional point onto the whole previous discourse on the kink and pride discourse is, when you give an inch to Puritans, they will take 100 miles.
They will take your country.
Like, if you give an inch to Puritans, they will go proclaimers on your ass.
Okay. The thing with the kink discourse at the moment, 3 or 4 years ago, the discourse around pride was infantilists shouldn't be at pride, it's encouraging paedophilia.
Yeah.
This year, it's pup players shouldn't be at pride, it's encouraging zoophilia, and it's making people with children uncomfortable. If you are not parent enough to be able to look at your child and say, those people are having fun pretending to be doggies. If you want, you can ask that nice man holding their lead if you can pet them. If you are not parent enough to tell your child that, don't take them to fucking pride.
Oh, there was a lot of discourse. There was a lot of discourse about pup play about 2 years ago in some of the circles I used to move in. That was fun. And I was just like, I don't know, but I don't really see the problem.
I don't see the problem with it. It's people are playing dress up. You go to cosplay conventions all the time. Grow up.
Yeah, and I know it was sort of said in the chat about kids doing cosplay. It's fancy dress cosplay.
Yeah,
it's fun. You see a character on television you like. There's no difference to doing cosplay than being the kid who wants to dress up as Spider-Man or Wonder Woman or whatever else. It's exactly the same thing. So don't be tested on the kids wanting to do cosplay. Cosplay is not a sexual thing in the most part.
And to be fair, the people at Pride who are dressed in kinky gear, that's not sexual for them. They're displaying their identity and their pride in who they are. It's no different than waving a pride flag. They just do it wearing leather or wearing, ears or a tail or whatever. Just leave them be. If you don't like it, you don't have to look and you don't have to get involved. That's the entire point.
And And another thing about cosplayers, just because somebody cross-dresses for cosplaying doesn't make them LGBT.
Yeah.
There are lots of people who do it. Women who play male cos characters and men who will play female cos characters, and they are not in the least bit trans or non-binary or anything like that. It is purely dress up. It is fancy.
I used to have a Castiel colour.
God, Sam.
Damn it, Sam!
It's a good thing I wasn't drinking anything.
That one.
The thing is, I see what Ox is getting at.
Yeah.
Perverts will make their way into any community to try and do harm. It is the responsibility of the community to make them feel unwelcome. Yeah. And I don't like the word perverts because we're all perverts. If you're going to stick to it, stick to the word, and the word is paedophiles.
Yeah.
Abusers.
I think with what Ox is getting at, it is more common, unfortunately, but also by and large, when I've seen people talking about cosplay shit, like I have watched someone dressed up as a stormtrooper threaten someone with a kitchen knife because they were being really, really nasty to someone who was dressed up as Princess Leia.
My brain. Just in general, though, I will say on fandom, and this is my observation of fandom, and I have hazarded guess that it relates to other areas of life as well. You are more likely to find abusers in groups who claim that who are more Puritan. In anti-circles, abusers are rampant. And we see it all the time. They routinely, this person's been found out as a paedophile. This person's been found out as an abuser. This person's a rapist. You never see that in anti-censorship circles because we know where the lines are between fiction and reality. We get it occasionally, but we push them out and push them out hard, and we warn people. You don't see that in anti-circles.
Also,
so
there will be an interesting discussion on the word pervert next week when we do Left Hand of Darkness.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
my left hand in darkness.
I get quite intimate with my left hand in darkness. What are you insinuating? Yeah.
Why use hands?
And we will, because my vibrator's battery ran out and it was charging.
Oh, I see. Yes, this is fair. Keep spare battery.
No, mine's rechargeable, but I don't have a spare vibrator.
Yeah. This is. I bought
that's as explicit as this conversation will get.
Yeah.
But kink belongs at Pride. A sexual expression belongs at Pride. The whole point of Pride is we should be free to express ourselves sexually. And for a lot of people at Pride, it's the one time of the year where they are free to be open about who they are. Please don't take that from them.
No.
There are people who go to Pride, and it's the most heartbreaking thing. I went to a Pride once in a different city, and I went there, and it was the most heartbreaking thing to get on the bus afterwards and watch these 12, 13, 14-year-olds wiping the face paint off and shoving the flags into their bags and changing, like, their, taking the pin badges off and things because they couldn't go home wearing that stuff.
Yeah.
Please do not put people in that situation where they don't even have Pride.
Yeah.
And I say 13, 14-year-olds, but adults as well.
Yeah. The hardest part about Pride events, when I've been to them, has been the wrapping up.
Yeah. Because you don't leave.
I know which of my friends are in the closet, and they were the ones who it was most difficult to leave because I was like, I just want to steal you away and like take you to the after party for 3 hours, but you're not 18 yet. And I know I can sneak through. I know I can sneak through, but I don't know that I can sneak you through.
A word of warning to minors.
Yes.
I'm not going to sit here and moralize at you about sneaking through. I am going to say, if you see something you don't like, that's on you if you snuck through.
Pretty much.
That is on you. That is not on anyone else, and you don't get to accuse anyone else of anything.
In fairness, the only reason I was sneaking through is because that's where everyone was hanging around afterwards, and it was just booze. Because we've established what area I live in, Noodle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know,
but yes,
there are
that is a
kids
fair
who
point.
will, there are teenagers who will go into kinky spaces, especially online, and then start screaming at us that we're paedophiles and that we're abusers and that we've you know, sexually traumatized them. Well, you came into my house. Get out!
Yeah.
You are not.
Get
you were
off my
told you're not
lawn.
welcome here. Get the fuck off my lawn. You know, you have to accept the risks you're taking. That you are going to see things that are sexually explicit if you move in 18+
Pretty
places.
much.
Just the way it is.
Also, if you're going to be entering kink spaces as a minor, like, do some fucking research first, but don't put the people who you're learning from necessarily in the situation of having to actively teach a minor stuff. Go and find educational pages.
Also, do yourself a favour if you're a minor and you're moving in 18+ places, don't tell us you're a minor.
Yeah.
Do not tell us you're a minor.
Well,
Don't outright lie to us if we ask, but don't offer that information. Because A, you're making yourself really open to anyone who actually is an abuser, and B, you'll find most of us block you so fast your head will spin.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to deal with kids. Because we know that in a lot of places, I know in the UK, even having a conversation about kink with someone under 18 could land me in prison.
Yeah.
I don't have that conversation with kids for that reason. That's why you'll see on my Twitter, on my fanfiction, everything, it's all 18+, 18+, 18+. Because on the day you turn 18, I will wish you happy birthday, and I will send you 100 links to kink fetish websites and talk to you about that stuff. But until that day, you wait your turn. Please. Yeah. Stick to your own teenage spaces and discuss it with other teenagers. But please don't come to adults and put us in that position. Because you'll just get a resounding no on the door slammed in your face. And that's as much for our protection as
anything
it's for yours.
sexual.
Yeah. Any adult who is willing to talk sex with you, who is not your parent, guardian, or teacher, and is willing to go into that kind of explicit detail, is not a friend to you.
Yeah.
If someone is willing to talk kink and sex to you online, alarm bells should be
run away. Run the fuck away.
I'm 19, and I sometimes will be like with my 17-year-old IRL friends. I'm like, I'm going to explain it to you in person.
Yeah, when you're that close in age, you're 19, Sam. I'm 27.
It was more of a
a 15-year-old is weird.
It was more of a comment of like, I will only go like 17, 16, anything younger than that, and I'm still iffy on it.
Yeah, well, 16's the age of consent in the UK, so that's valid. I won't go below the age of consent regardless, and I probably won't talk to you if you're under 18 about anything explicit. So that's 16 to 18, I'll talk to you, but nothing explicit, and don't follow my fandom page because I will block you.
So
now that goes to sex-based things. If we're talking about gender identity, come to an adult and talk
gender
to somebody about
it. Even sexuality identity, I will talk to you about.
Yeah,
I will talk to you about being bi, being pan, whatever your identity is. If you need that support, I will not talk to you about actual sex and kink because those are adult things. Also, Sam is very mature for 19. Sam makes me feel stupid and like I'm still a teenager sometimes.
Or
Sam's,
it's not intentional.
So slight tangent in regards to Puritanism and like NSFW. Like it like I it was weirdly affirming when Discord told me that my shoulders were NSFW.
Did they not tell you that? Like, was that a fan swing selfie?
Yes.
But not on a mask swing selfie. Congratulations, you have suffered sexism.
Discord knows.
You're one of the club now.
Yeah.
Discord knows.
Oh no, but if
I get
you listen to TERFs about that, apparently trans people can only people who were assigned male at birth, trans people can they don't actually get that they don't actually get misogynistic attacks. It's their clothing that gets it. Legitimately,
their
this was
is on their body.
Yeah, this is legitimately the argument somebody used, is that
last thing I can get catcalled wearing men's clothes.
Yeah,
last thing I got catcalled in jeans and a shirt.
Ridiculous. It's still misogyny. Just straight out. If you're perceived as female and you get misogynistic attacks, it's still misogyny.
I'm going to be really controversial and say cis men can get misogynistic attacks.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, misogyny. Oddly, misogyny does not. What's the word I'm looking for? Not differentiate the specific
misogyny
word.
Doesn't care what's in your panties.
Yeah, no, but there's a misogyny. Oddly, does not discriminate. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
Bad takes, basically.
I actually have I have a friend who his dad TERFs semi-regularly mistake him for a cis woman if he shaves.
To be fair, I've been mistaken for a bloke if I don't shave for 2 days. Like when I've been presenting as femme, like this, but not shaved. And so, yeah, I get it. People make assumptions.
They do,
I don't mind people who make the initial assumption. It's when I correct them and they insist that their assumption is still right. That's what pisses me off.
Yeah.
Like, you can assume that, like, when I was a kid, for example, I used to get people assumed I was a lad because I had short hair. Well, my mum cut my hair because it was summer. Get over it. You know, when I used to say I'm not a boy, leave me alone. But you look like no. At that the end of conversation when I say that.
Yeah.
My favorite is the TERFs who get really upset if you misgender their dog.
All right. Ox about our flags. Ring.
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on. Effectively, Ring's flag and this flag for me are the same flag. It's just that Ring's got
green screen.
Ring's version just has a more range of colors, which is meant to symbolize gender fluidity as well.
My flag is specifically the bigender flag behind me.
Yep. So it is still a trans flag, but it's specifically bigender.
Yeah.
This flag is the trans flag, so it's the umbrella flag for all trans people. And this flag is the umbrella flag for anyone LGBT. The whole thing. The pride. It's technically the pride flag.
Yeah.
That is the pride flag, the rainbow.
Yes.
I'm wearing purple because I don't have a bi pride flag, but bi pride flag is different again. The pan pride flag is different again. You can look up all these different kind of flags and pick which one you like. I genuinely, part of the reason I stick to identifying as bi and not pan is because I prefer the bi flag. I think the pan flag's too bright.
Yeah, though I will say it is a bitch trying to find the bigender flag.
Yeah, this is valid.
Yeah.
Also, I'm pretty sure this started out as a joke, but I'm determined to make it a thing because I found it and nothing has ever spoken to me more completely about my gender than this. Let me find it's a Twitter account, it's a Tumblr account called Pride. What's it called? Pride Colour Schemes. And this is by far the best description of my gender I've ever heard. When your gender slips away every time you try to reach for it to figure it out, it's always changing and it's really scary to confront it, so you try and avoid it. I swear I was using the terms noodle and hissy long before I ever found this. But it fits. I like that flag. It's my colours. It's my glory.
Of course, of course the Slytherin would identify as snake gender.
I feel like everyone who ever identified as Slytherin is definitely somewhere under the pride flag. It feels like a thing. I don't know why.
Yeah.
At me if you're a straight cis Slytherin. Prove me wrong.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think only Hufflepuffs would be straight.
No. Hufflepuffs would live way too close to the kitchens to be straight. Food kink.
Hufflepuff.
Food kink.
Okay.
Um,
To be honest, hardly any character in JK's comes across as completely straight.
To be fair, the
Hold on,
Gryffindors are definitely the cisgender white male jocks. Don't at me.
Gryffindor here. I'm a Gryffindor.
Yeah, but you're one of the good Gryffindors. You're not
I'm one
like
of
the jocks.
No. I'm
Yeah. See? There are two of us. This is now a rule.
Yeah.
Yeah. JK must hate the way that the LGBTQ plus community finds all these meanings in her books that she would not agree with.
Ring, are you Ravenclaw or? I'm trying to think.
No,
now.
Ring's a Hufflepuff.
Yep.
Holy shit! We literally have all 4 houses.
Do we?
Wow.
Oh wow.
Badger.
Just saying, I've never seen a straight Ravenclaw.
Ravenclaws are too curious to be straight.
Yeah.
So they're bi-curious.
The thing is,
So-
it's not even that I've never seen. It's not even that I've never seen a cis het. I've never seen a straight. I've never seen them not be some sort of sexuality queer.
So what we're saying is cis hets are muggles.
Yes.
Don't let the muggles get you down.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. The muggles. Yes.
Also, Noodle. Snake gender feels so fucking accurate. Like, I can describe to people roughly what it is. The problem for me, and I literally opened a Google Doc the other day because I felt like ranting about this and I didn't have anyone to rant to at the time. The thing is that gender has a bunch of different preconceived notions in it, but some of the notions that I hold in relation to my gender are completely separate.
Yeah. I feel like your sound's just gone, Sam.
Sorry, my thing cut out there.
Yeah.
Where did I cut out?
You cut out, as you said, is a completely separate, and then it just cut.
Okay, so there's a complete. I think my gender has almost like this different set of connotations that are nothing to do with what society standardly has. Like, we don't have words in English to describe what these things are.
Yeah.
This is also valid.
Well,
I will say as well, if you're listening to us right now talking about microlabels and stuff, don't get so hung up on it if it's just blowing your mind and you're not sure.
Yeah.
If you are queer, use the pride flag if you're not sure.
Yeah.
If you are not, you are still an ally and you are still valid. If you are cis, you are still valid. You know, as long as you're not a bigot, you are valid. You don't have to know all these by heart either. It's not, there isn't going to be a test.
Yeah.
I use a bunch of different terms and different flags as it's applicable or relevant to the conversation, but I tend to just stick with the regular old flag and tell people queer. Like, if you ask me, I'm going to tell you I'm queer and non-binary, and that's all you need to know unless you want to know.
Yeah, no, you're going to get from me gender fluid and bi. Now, if I start going off telling you about how I'm demi and grace and you're gonna, you're gonna need to take a nap halfway through.
Yeah, generally speaking, I say I'm trans and bi, and if it needs to be said, I'll tell people I'm intersex because, quite frankly, I don't think that matters in the general conversation at all.
Frankly, the only people who need to know that, Jen, are the people who are fucking you.
Or
unless you
even then they don't.
Exactly. I don't know because we've never had that in-depth discussion. But I don't know.
In all honesty, I don't have discussions about my sexuality or being trans or being intersex in general in real life, unless it's with somebody I know who already knows things. I mean, my general day-to-day existence isn't like I walk up to somebody at a checkout and say, "Hi, I'm Jen. I'm bisexual. I'm trans, and I'm intersex. How are you?"
I introduce myself as, "Hey, I'm Noodle. I'm a Harry Potter nerd. At me. I'm a Harry Potter nerd, and I ship Hanagram and Snarry. At me." That's how I introduce myself.
Hey, I'm Jen. I'm a fucking geek. I'm into science and shit. Come on, talk to me.
It's like, what book did you last read? I'm a human being. Talk to me like one, please.
Yeah,
We have questions about stuff by all means, but it's not all of
these kind of conversations are the things we do for YouTube. These are not our normal conversations.
Or just look at the wall behind me. There are 4 different fandoms on there at least.
The name I go by IRL is unusual, and so the way I introduce myself normally goes is, here is my name. Yes, this is my name. Yes, it's fitting. Next question.
Or in regards to snake gender and such, as I like to joke, I have a Schrodinger's gender. It is both masc and femme until I look into the box.
And then it might be dead.
So that was... Oh, boy.
Do you need a mirror for that?
Now, see, Schrodinger gets pulled over because he was speeding, and the cop who pulls him over has to check his boot for something or other. And when he opens the boot...
For a second.
Boot is in trunk. And he opens the boot of the car, and there's a dead cat inside. And he turns to Schrodinger and says, "Did you know there's a dead cat in your boot, sir?" And he goes, "Well, now I do."
So also, yes, dad jokes and bad puns are definitely a queer thing. Don't at me.
Yes,
they fucking are.
That's queer culture. Dad jokes and bad jokes.
There is not a straight person in Sherlock.
Yeah, because Sherlock himself would probably be ace.
Greg is
Mycroft,
bi.
maybe? Yeah, okay.
Mycroft's Aero. Just saying.
Yeah, but Mycroft is definitely Mycroft sets off everyone's gaydar in a 100-mile radius.
Yep.
Like Sherlock, that was not a great deduction, I promise.
Yeah.
Maybe the friend who introduced them. Although
Point
I'm pretty
taken.
sure he had a crush on Sherlock as well. So
He's bi-curious, I think, if we're labeling them.
yeah.
Or someone who's an ally.
No, they're all LGBT.
No, yeah, precisely.
Molly, mate, no.
No, more.
Yeah, I'm with Tria on
I'm
this.
struggling.
Why
Am I
would they
just
want
See
to
what
say
we
that
meant
Sherlock's
by we
not ace?
band together? To be fair, it's
Also-
written by frigging Stephen Moffat. They're all going to be queer, aren't they?
According to the showrunner, yeah, no, death of the author applies to TV shows.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, okay.
death of the author.
Yeah. But also,
Yeah.
you do have to understand that some authors will naturally write all their characters as queer and sometimes not even realize they're doing it.
Yeah. I mean, I love how Neil Gaiman has basically looked at Aziraphale and Crowley and gone, these guys are like agender and they have some sort of relationship, but it's not necessarily strictly like a romantic relationship. You guys go nuts with your headcanons.
Yeah, and then he saw us all shipping, and now on Tumblr he reblogs like ship art. It's fantastic.
Precisely.
I love
It's great.
it. He's fantastic.
Neil Gaiman's the best.
Neil Gaiman and Brian
amazing.
Fuller. Brian Fuller. Although Brian Fuller does write all his characters as queer.
Yeah.
He does
Also-
appear to do that.
Currently at 177.
Cool.
Nice.
Yay!
By the
Can I
way,
just
Noodle,
bring
I
up
did
something
throw
that I'm
you a
sure we
couple
can
of
all get
DMs.
angry about. Oh, what was that, Sam?
I was just telling Noodle I'd thrown them a couple of DMs.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, cool.
I'm going to mention something that we can all get angry about. It's something that allies should be aware of. That gender identity has absolutely nothing to do, well, except that some people get euphoria from the clothes they wear, but it's got nothing to do with what you wear, what makeup you have on, and stuff like that. Your identity is internal. It's not these external things.
Yeah, I
These
did
external
say
things
earlier.
can apply to euphoria, but
I use my
terms-
makeup and clothing to perform my gender. Not everyone does that.
Yeah.
I do it
Yeah.
because that's the only way I can safely express my gender on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
In terms of being trans, you know how people tell you that your body's a temple?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this body's under construction. This temple's under construction.
I know where you stole that from.
See, here's the thing: is that I didn't necessarily just steal it from them. I then elaborated, and they approved.
Okay.
And so and I was going to go on to that in a second. Actually, is that dysphoria is that awkward feeling you get when you've got to bring someone into your house and you've got like construction work going on.
Yeah.
Okay, so hey, Ring, do you remember how when I first went to your parents' house and you warned me and you said they both work, it might be a bit messy, and you were a bit nervous and embarrassed about how I'd react? That's how dysphoria feels.
Yeah.
It's how I feel when I know my dad's coming round and my flat's a shithole. That's dysphoria.
Or like, you know, Brain, I feel femme. You must shave.
Yeah.
Like,
And then brain an hour later. Oh, mask now.
whoops.
And the level of paranoia you can get through dysphoria is something that I don't think any cis person could ever understand.
Okay.
You are your own worst enemies. Anything that any cis person could ever say to you about how you look or that you don't pass,
You've
or you
already
don't do
said
this,
it.
or you have said it. You've said it a billion times worse to yourself. You are your own worst critic if you take a look at yourself in the mirror. There are days with dysphoria where you don't even want to see yourself. I would hide under the blankets rather than have to deal with seeing myself.
Yeah.
I regularly go on, sorry, Noodle.
Go on, Sam. No, you first.
I regularly criticize myself for the width of my shoulders. So anything that a cis person can throw at me is not going to seem that strange.
Yeah, like especially on days when I'm feeling more masked, I look at my butt. The thing is, for a long time I performed femininity, and my whole thing was I'm a woman, I'm shaped like a woman. I have twisted that on myself so much, and I have taken everything that I ever positively said against fat phobia, and I'm shaped like a woman, and I have childbirth, all that, and twisted it on myself. I have done that. Equally, there are days when I look in the mirror and I think, fucking hell, I look like a woman.
Yeah.
And it's like it works both ways, dysphoria and euphoria. I will say, with sort of dysphoria and everything else, my experience was I've not really ever done dysphoria. There are days when I didn't feel quite right in a skirt or in girly clothes or whatever, but there were never days when I thought, this is all wrong all the time. What I did find, though, is when I said, okay, I'm going to go by they now, and I don't want, that was the thing. What I had was a burst of euphoria.
Yeah.
Which I didn't realize this was a sign of being potentially under the trans flag. It was a conversation with Jen that opened my eyes to that. It was like, how we talk about dysphoria is someone prodding? It was like they stopped prodding, and I hadn't realized they were prodding in the first place.
Yeah.
And
it very much is. And
to explain dysphoria to people, because I've actually had that now. Now I know what euphoria feels like. It kind of opened the door to the opposite as well for me.
So my experience was the opposite, Noodle, because growing up, my experience was dysphoria. And dysphoria drowned out everything else until I hit puberty, oddly enough, because, yes, I got drowned out with dysphoria from the masculine sides of puberty. But because of being intersex, I also had feminine sides of puberty. I started developing breasts as well as the other thing. So, this is awesome. Oh, crap. And then there was the fear of, oh, shit, people see me or what.
Yeah. And I think a lot of dysphoria is fear of perception.
Oh,
I'm not saying
I do not
dysphoria
want
is
to be
entirely that,
perceived.
but a lot of dysphoria is I'm worried about what other people think.
Social dysphoria is a big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is definitely an element of social dysphoria, but there is a strong element of physical dysphoria.
Yeah, the best way I can describe dysphoria,
it's there.
The best way I can describe dysphoria to a cisgender person, imagine you watch all your porn on your phone and then your mother picks up your phone and unlocks it. Like, even if all she's doing is looking for a phone number, you are going to be sat there freaking the fuck out about what she's going to see and what notification's going to come down the page. That's the level of paranoia. Imagine living with that 24/7. This is why trans people blow up at you when you misgender.
About shit like the size of your hands and the words people use towards you.
Yeah.
And even just the image of yourself, like if you're naked in front of a mirror and you say if you're somebody who's like me, who's very binary in their identity, and your body does not match that binary, then that dysphoria against that your body, even though I was intersex, was incredibly strong for me.
Yeah.
There were things like that thing's not even being touched, basically.
Yeah. And I realized I didn't realize how much dysphoria I actually had about my own body until I saw my body in a binder. I was so used to looking at my body and not liking basically my chest on days when I'm more masculine. It took me buying a binder on a whim, putting it on and realizing, oh shit, this is more me, for me to realize how much weight I was carrying about the not being comfortable with the size of my chest, for example. And a lot of it as well, it's like, imagine you were in, say, mounds and mounds of debt, and suddenly you win the lottery and that's gone.
Yeah.
It's that lifting of the stress as well, and that to me is gender euphoria.
I had a bizarrely similar experience where, like, I went shopping with my mate and then let them do my makeup, and then as I was walking down the street, someone stopped me to ask me if I was a boy or a girl. And the fucking euphoria.
Yes. Yeah, because, but it is just...
Oh, now see, I
tell you what, if you've ever been on welfare, and I say that I'm trying to come up with similar situations for cisgender people. If you've ever been on welfare or benefits, whatever your country's equivalent of it, and then you get a job, and you can come off welfare, and you suddenly don't have to prove you're applying for jobs 3 times a week, and you're not living on the bare minimum, and you're not answerable to some fucker in a job centre, and you're not making phone calls that last 2 hours, and you're on hold for an hour and 50 minutes of that, and you're not being fobbed off 24/7, and you're not living in absolute poverty and going hungry at night and all the rest of it, and suddenly you've got a job and you're okay and you're good.
Yeah.
That's the difference for me between... Like, that's almost what gender euphoria feels like. It's going from being on benefits to be working. Yeah. And I've had that situation, so I can make that comparison.
So
I feel like this kind of... It got heavy in a necessary way, but a tangent did appear that I think could be fun. Is weird things that we've seen give people gender euphoria, or that give us gender euphoria. Or weird ways people have found out they're trans or something.
But hold on, there's a reason I put up the
Yeah.
So, the one time I've experienced what I would describe as, gender dysphoria. And there's a reason the trigger warning's up there. So if you are triggered by dysphoria, please mute.
We'll take the side off when you can unmute.
Yeah. I felt like my body wanted, I felt like I wanted to crawl out of my skin. And worst part was I was in the middle of a shift. Luckily it was a Saturday shift, so I tend to take my speaker and listen to my own music because the radio's not playing on Saturdays. But anyways, I had to put on like my music, put on like Gordon Lightfoot to keep myself anchored just to get through the shift. And afterwards I couldn't drive for like 15 minutes because I had to calm down.
Yeah, I will say, I feel like anxiety attacks come along with prolonged periods of dysphoria.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a thing that happens
really
too.
Anxious. I've seen that happen to a lot of people.
Strong.
I think you messaged me on that day, and that was exactly what it sounded like you were going through.
Keep your trigger
Strong
warning
dysphoria. Strong dysphoria can feel the same as like, that bit of a panic attack where you feel like you're about to throw up, like you've not eaten in 4 days, sort of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, stomach's empty, and there's like an itchy feeling right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like sometimes if the chest gets like especially heavy, and it's like you just want to like hide under a weighted blanket and pretend that nothing exists.
Well, and the reason I know, like, I'm fairly certain it was gender dysphoria was because I was swinging them hard enough to where I was, feeling my phantom boobs.
This is also a thing you fantasize a lot, and it becomes almost a phantom limb. Like I've had mass swings, I'm not going to go
especially
there
when,
but yeah.
Especially when someone does packing or buys like a bra or something, when it's like not what their assigned sex is.
Yeah, I think sometimes you fantasize so hard, you kind of your brain fills in the gaps.
There's a reason that I refer to it as putting on my boobs in the morning.
This is valid.
Unfortunately, mine are in the UK.
Well,
literally, I have all of
because
yeah.
Ring's not talking about me there. They're talking about their equipment.
As an example of how hard dysphoria can get, as a binary trans woman, and as somebody who had that aspect of it and that dislike of appendages that shouldn't be there, I actually attempted self-castration because that was better in my mind than having to deal with something that it was, there are reasons why people make comparisons for some aspects of dysphoria for trans people to what it is for people who like have like arms that they don't associate because they're brain mapping. I wanted to say phantom limb, but that's not phantom limb. It's the other way around. It's where your brain mapping says that you don't have this arm, but you do have this arm. So foreign arm or something.
Something like that.
Foreign limb or something. Yeah.
When people go, you've got to perform a risky surgery to undergo top surgery or bottom surgery or whatever, it's like, surely that demonstrates how serious it is that we say, yeah, sure, and still fucking do it.
Yeah.
Again, keep the trigger warning up. There have been times I've sat, well, not in this seat, but in my armchair over there, and literally holding like a kitchen knife or a pen knife and seriously considered it. I've never actually hurt myself, and I don't think I would, but I've stared at this and fantasized about cutting my own chest.
Yeah,
now, I'd never do it. I'd never do it, but sometimes the dysphoria can get that bad.
I'll be completely honest. I've seriously considered trying to do DIY estrogen before, which I know will go horribly wrong.
Yeah, please don't do that.
Yeah.
Honestly,
but that is a consideration that on bad dysphoria days I have considered.
Honestly, Sam, I'd rather post you a gift than you did that.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah. But
with the way the postage is at the minute, you couldn't get
On a slightly lighter note, I'm fairly certain that every non-binary person like immediately answers shape-shifting to what power would you want to have?
Not quite.
Not quite.
I would.
Shape-shifting
would be my second choice if I'm completely honest with myself.
I can't decide whether I'd like. Go on, Sam. Answer the question.
Yeah, what's your first choice?
Oh, now see, my first choice, like shapeshifting is always my second choice, but my first choice kind of swaps between being able to cause myself to become disembodied, which would actually allow for teleportation too.
Teleportation would be awesome.
Which would allow for teleportation, but would also allow me to become a disembodied voice on the days where my dysphoria is bad and I just don't want a body. And I swap between that and just straight up the ability to modify my own and other people's memories.
Yeah. So they don't remember. Yeah. I will say, I think it's quite nice that you said that, because I think 15 years ago, if you'd have asked non-binary people that question, the answer would have been invisibility.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So we have come a long way very quickly. For me, I think it's kind of mind reading, mind alteration is probably the number one. And then shapeshifting. Shapeshifting would make my life a billion times easier.
See, I don't care about shapeshifting, so mine would be teleportation.
To be fair, you've done your shapeshifting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You've actually done it. That is your superpower. You've done it.
Yeah, I've done it. So, I admit that I'm fucking lucky that I, in a sense, as much as a pain in the ass and it made me medical problems for me later on or whatever else, being born intersex was a blessing for me.
I feel like it was I'm speculating, so correct me if I'm wrong or if I say anything offensive. I don't mean to, you know that. I feel like it probably made transitioning easier to an extent from a medical standpoint, because there was certain infrastructure already there.
There was
like
less
hormonal and stuff.
There was less blocks put in my way at the time when I was transitioning, where it would have been harder for somebody to transition, and I am aware that was made easier. I mean, I went from going and seeing my doctor and saying I need to transition, and granted, my doctor was also a friend of mine, so that made it easier as well. But it went from going and seeing my doctor to seeing a hormone specialist and endocrinologist, coming back and seeing the doctor, and the doctor going, here's your script. So within a month and a half, I had hormones. And 20 years ago, that's insanely quick. And then
that's insanely quick now.
And within 18 months, I'd had surgery. That doesn't happen, generally speaking. But doors were opened for me because I was intersex. And I mean, painfully aware of that. And it makes me incredibly lucky and very privileged. Yeah. So I have to be honest about that.
The waiting list is at least 5 or 6 years now.
In the UK, yeah. I think that's the most personal question I've ever asked you about your transition. So
yeah, no, that's fine. I don't mind answering that. That's fine. I mean, yeah, it's not necessarily a huge issue by being intersex. There is possible issues I could have later in life with it, because one of the things I have now, which could be an issue, is we lost Ring.
We lost Ring. Wait, so someone go climb a mountain, I'll go find them.
Well, one of the issues I'm starting to have now is osteoporosis. So my bone density has been reduced, and it's not because of being trans, because I take hormones and stuff like that, but it's an intersex thing for me, and it's one of those things. There's nothing I can do about it. But lots of other people have osteoporosis. You know,
it's not something that's
so it's one of those things.
It's not something that's going to kill you like immediately.
No.
I will say as well, and I am just going to say this as a general point about LGBT politics, to change the subject ever so slightly. The time for raising awareness is over. We are aware that we exist. What we need now is education and growth.
Yeah.
And I will say that in general. Whenever I see, especially corporate arenas, saying they're going to raise awareness, it riles me up, because that basically means we're going to put out a few tweets, change our colours, maybe write an article, and then do nothing else. That's what raising awareness is. It's been a keyboard warrior.
Yeah.
I think
Don't raise awareness. Raise voices. Raise trans people's voices. Lift trans people up and let us tell our stories if we're open to telling them, and understand where we're at. There's a post that was that Kate Spice posted today about a thing in New Zealand at the moment where the TERFs have actually kicked down a few doors and is starting to make something a bit dreadful in New Zealand, where there's a push from their community, and they've got some political backing for this, unfortunately, where they actually it's the transport issue, but it's the transport issue taken to the extreme. They want to ban trans women from community sports, from community sport groups, and they want to say no, if you're a trans woman, you have to go and play with the men. And this isn't professional level. This is, this is the weekend sport thing, which doesn't have any monetary outcome from it, and they're toting this as as protecting women.
From a community point of view, the community, if it's a community group, they should be able to say whether they are trans affirming or not, and whether they accept trans people.
They're trying to change
but
the wording because the sports. The New Zealand Institute of Sport is trying to lay down guidelines for dealing with trans people, and they're trying to manipulate that to say, no, trans people, this is how you have to deal with them. And it is ridiculous, because I will guarantee you, for every trans person who wants to be part of sport, there is a cis woman who will be better, bigger, stronger, faster, whatever like that. There's going to be some. So if you're talking protecting women from the big trans person who's going to beat them up, well, that's just ridiculous, because your comparison is now no longer, has that trans person got an advantage? Your comparison now has to be, is that trans person any more risk to other women in the sports than a cis woman who's as big and as strong and as powerful?
I assure you, I can name right now 5 cisgender men off the top of my head, although none of you will know who they are because they're not online, they're in my personal life. But I can easily think of 5, 6, easily 10 cisgender men who I am physically bigger and stronger than.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about almost toxically cisgender men, like men who are very, council estate kind of chavs, basically.
Yeah.
And I introduced Tria to the concept of chavs the other day.
How do you not? Let's not.
And it also, that attitude is very much like a holdover from misogyny.
It is misogyny. It's pure misogyny.
That's the same attitude about people saying no kink at Pride because ace people.
Also, it's also a holdover from the women have too much of a delicate constitution to do anything outside of the home except maybe teaching.
Do you know what? I will delicate their constitution.
Oh boy. Well, if you will make Konya dumpster.
Yeah.
You'll end up writing cosmic horror.
Yeah. But I am present very much as cisgender, even though I'm not. Today, I am feeling very cisgender. I'm very feminine today.
Yeah.
They come at me, I dare you. It's kind of, don't come at me about my gender because I will help you change yours for free.
I mean, in all honesty, Noodle, I know I'm probably a little bit taller than probably reasonably taller than you.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'9".
Yeah, I'm 5'7".
Between 5'8" and 5'9". So
yeah, 5'7" and a half. So yeah,
I'm 172, 173. I'm not exactly sure centimeters tall. So between 5'8"
how tall are you?
I'm 171. So there's that in it.
Yeah, there's that in it. But I would guarantee you would kick my fucking ass.
Ring, how tall are you actually thinking about it?
6'3".
Oh wow!
I was gonna say I'm 5'10", but I'm pretty sure you're taller than me.
Yeah. Ring is taller than my dad, and this is hilarious to me.
So Ring
Talking
is
about
just
height
shorter
things,
than my stepdad.
I know from consistent measurings, because every time a doctor measures my height, they get it. They measure it differently. So, but I know what the average is, and I've measured myself, and I've been measured for a costume in theater, and I know how tall I was when they did that, and they had to get that right. So, but every time doctors measure me, anyway, I've got a new doctor
A
now,
doctor
and
measured me in heels once and measured me at 5'11".
I had a
didn't
doctor
know she's
measure me
offered
at
this.
5'6". I'm as
But
tall
my
as my
doctor,
fridge.
I reckon she is 5'2", and of course that makes me considerably taller than her. So when I stood up to get measured, she was up on tippy toes trying to get the thing down on my head and everything. And then she's looking up at it like this, and she says, "Oh, you're 176 centimeters." And I'm not arguing. I just shook my head. It's like, this is because you can't see.
Why don't you tell me to reach up and press it
Do it,
down,
yeah.
step away, and read it for you? This would be more accurate.
See, my
Yeah.
my favorite thing is my friends who are like 4'10", who get really, really cross with me when I wear my 5-inch platforms.
Yeah.
Yeah, what Jeff says about Fallon Fox is exactly right. Fallon
Yeah.
Fox, like all new stars coming up, she got the easies, and it obviously won because she was very skilled in what she did. She trained really hard to get where she was, and as soon as she came up against a talented opponent who was at her level, she had her ass handed to her. And I think Fallon Fox should have been allowed to compete and all that and everything. What I don't like about Fallon Fox is she lost, so she quit.
Yeah, that's just
That's
no. You don't. That's not a good. Like,
She
don't
is a
quit,
bad
go
sport.
train, and then come back.
Yeah, she is a bad fucking sport. That is what
Yeah.
I'll say about Fallon Fox.
Sportsmanship.
But she deserved to be where she was. She deserved to compete, but
Yeah.
I have no sympathy for her.
Yeah, sportsmanship is a gender neutral concept, or should be.
Yeah.
Everyone should be capable of sportsmanship.
If you're, and
Exactly.
you shouldn't only be capable of sportsmanship if you're into sports. If you're a bad sportsman and you play a card game with me, you're not getting a second game.
Yeah, if you're a bad sport, you're a bad sport, regardless.
So here's the question: What if you take losses and wins graciously, but you play with a dick deck?
I will take that.
Okay.
I play against someone who uses a Guildgates deck, Ring.
I feel like they're speaking a language I suddenly don't understand.
They're talking about some sort of card game, and I have
Yeah.
no idea what game it is.
Come back to me when you want to talk poker.
Let's
Oh,
play
So
poker.
we're
We
talking
need
we're
a poker
talking
night.
trading card games.
yeah. Oh, that
you
reminds
realize
me.
that, but
I
don't know which
may.
game.
So
No, I said
may or
poker,
may
not
not.
Pokemon.
I may or may not get Noodle in the Magic because
Yes.
Hey,
Oh,
listen,
you're
no.
talking Magic.
I saw someone, and I have to be very careful how I wear this. I saw someone dropping thousands and thousands of pounds on Magic the Gathering cards this week.
Yeah.
Okay? We will never be that rich. You better get the app because you ain't getting the physical card.
Oh yeah. No, I've got the app, but the thing is, Wizards just came out with a new set.
For fuck's sake.
That's both physical and on the app, and it's basically a ripoff of Harry Potter.
That'd be right. My brother has a complete, almost in mint condition original set.
Damn.
Damn.
Is that going to pay for his retirement?
I've been playing Magic since I was like 10. I've collected a lot of cards.
Yeah, I've
Cool.
never played Magic, and I've absorbed what I know about it via Ring.
Fair.
It sounds expensive.
Yeah,
It-
and
it is
I played a long
expensive.
time
I
ago.
highly advise Magic the Gathering Arena because you
Yeah.
can play the game and not have to spend the money.
Look,
Yeah.
my
I've also
hobbies
played
are
Yu-Gi-
knitting, reading, audiobooks, and frigging. My hobbies are reasonably expensive. I collect a lot of fandom merch. I ain't got shit on Magic the Gathering. Like, unless I started collecting gold bullion, I wouldn't have shit on Magic the Gathering. Like,
This is, I mean, because 15 cards is about £4.
it depends on the cards, though, doesn't it? As with anything.
No, buying a
A
pack of
random
15
pack.
random cards, a random pack.
Yeah, but what are the odds you're going to get something rare or special?
Mostly you get land.
You get one rare card in every pack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was introduced to Magic when I was in Afghanistan.
You were introduced to a lot of things in Afghanistan.
Yeah, I first played Magic when I was in high school. So
I feel like Afghanistan and high school are synonymous here.
Yeah,
yes, pretty much. I ran Nerd Club in high school, and it was basically just Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, and D&D.
I have to say, right, I have a tarot deck here that retails at £40, and that was expensive. That's the most expensive deck of cards.
There are games you can play with tarot decks, actually.
Yeah. And I have another one that retails at £22. Those are the two most those are expensive.
I'm not even sure where my tarot deck is because some of my stuff's
Noodle
stored elsewhere.
Yes, but for a £40 deck, that's not what I paid for it.
Well, that's a nice one.
Yeah, it's the Botticelli Gold deck. I got it half price. I would not have paid full price for it.
Noodle, my boyfriend bought a tarot deck this week that was $75 plus shipping.
Yeah, exactly. Tarot's probably my most expensive hobby. I have the Oceanic deck as well because I liked the aesthetic.
He bought an Avatar: The Last Airbender deck.
Nice.
Why not? I say, why not? Funko Pops is probably my next most expensive collection thing.
So has he gotten a reading where it's like everything's good, and then the Fire Nation attacks?
Yeah, that's
it won't. It won't arrive until like mid-July, unfortunately. But I wouldn't be surprised. Excellent, Noodle. Excellent.
These were a limited edition run, fan made.
Yeah.
Nice. I want to make my own tarot deck at some point, but I also have so many I want to buy. If you gave me $1,000, I could spend it on tarot decks.
Easily. There is a colour your own tarot deck on Amazon for about £20. So
anyways,
don't mind the pagan and the polytheist down here just nerding out. We should probably
this is what we nerd out about. Don't get me started on runes. I've just recently got started on runes. That might get expensive. Other than that, knitting is very expensive, as is crocheting. You can never make do with just one crochet hook, I promise.
So, did we get any questions while my internet went?
No.
Don't think we did. Also, this whole thing about nerding out about shit, this is gay culture. This is the gay agenda.
Yes. The gay agenda is being nerds, being able to use bathrooms and lunch.
Yeah.
Yes, with a side of let's talk about this stuff.
And let us have our social sports because fuck you.
Yeah, the food being specifically the rich.
Yeah, to be fair, the gay agenda goes breakfast, second breakfast, talk about being gay, lunch,
11sies.
Brackets, eat the rich.
11sies, yeah.
11sies.
11sies, supper, eat the rich.
Nightclub. To mortar, maybe.
Yeah. Like, we are... I recently got my first set of runes as well, so that was fun. They're really cool.
What we need is our own Gandalf, and every time a turf comes up, we just do, you shall not pass.
Hey, rings are Gandalf. Wait. Do we have anyone who has a beard?
Shall not.
I feel like a beard is mandatory to play Gandalf.
Isn't it awesome because of who plays him? He's basically is Gandalf the gay.
This is true.
Yeah, Gandalf the gay.
Gandalf the gay.
Also,
all we have to do is put him in pink robes.
I was reading something that said that he actually, because he's played Gandalf, he sometimes says "you shall not pass" to his friends' kids who aren't studying or whatever.
I will say there's a lot of uncertainties under LGBTQ, but one thing I know for certain: Kirk and Spock are gay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
But I just have to say that with a straight face.
That's also not a question.
Don't tell William Shatner that because we
don't tell William Shatner that.
William Shatner is a transphobe and a homophobe. He really is.
Yes, but also Bert and Ernie. Bert and Ernie again.
Oh yeah, definitely.
The rainbow pigeon should have arrived by now.
Did you miss the rainbow mail, Scummer? You're a poster. You should have got the invite. Watch out to the rest of the stand if you didn't get yours.
God. See, here's the problem though, is that because it's the gay agenda, it has to be arranged by non-binary people because agender people organize it.
Yeah.
Yes. The thing is that when it has to be organized by agender people, the void sometimes gets a bit time confused.
Yeah. It's a big ball of wibbly wobbly, sexy gender stuff.
Gender Wender. Gender Wendy's. No Gender Wendy's.
I
like
was
Gender Wendy
sounds
is
like
a good
something
drag
Peter
queen
Pan
name.
was after.
I was in the Arndale in Manchester the other day, and I saw someone who was wearing like a relatively short skirt and a crop top, both of which were black, hoop earrings with a buzz cut hair. That person was non-binary.
Yeah, there is a look. There is a queer undergraduate number 3 in 2007 look. There is also
yes,
cake is
and
better.
Tria is correct. Tria is correct, and for me, it literally just depends on the day.
We've heard it from the horse's mouth, folks. Don't send the invites out by Royal Mail.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I sent it by magical rainbow pigeon.
Yes, but the Royal Mail picked it up and took it the last bit of the way.
Rainbow unicorns and they fart peppermint.
I thought they farted rainbows because
Do they?
the prism effect through the unicorn horn getting the sunlight.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
But
well, they smell of peppermint.
Yeah. So, any other topics?
Does the chat have any questions for us?
Yes.
Yes. Does the chat have any questions?
Yeah.
And
they're allowed to be dumb questions. And also, I did say earlier we should chat about like either weird things that give us euphoria or dysphoria, or funny ways we've had people find out they're trans.
Yeah. Do you mind dropping a trigger warning, quick, Rig? There's just something I want to discuss. Someone asked earlier about things we wish people knew.
Yeah.
This is something I wish people knew, and I wish I'd have known. When I went to my first Pride, I was about 15. My only knowledge of what AIDS and HIV were was the film Philadelphia, which we will discuss later this month, I think.
Yes.
I knew what lesions looked like. I knew nothing else. There's very little information out there when I was that age. Like, we're going back 15 years now, give or take. Give a little bit. But, I didn't know. I wish people knew more about that. Our elders in the community are so rare because of that horrendous thing that happened. If you think the COVID pandemic is bad, it still hasn't killed 1/10 of the number of people who've died of HIV and AIDS. And it's a nightmare disease. I wish people knew more about it, just because I was the idiot. I was 15 and a guy walked past me. He was shirtless, as you are at Pride, because, tits out, have fun. And he had lesions all over his back. And the reason I got talking to him, there was a Tina Turner drag act on, and he saw me dancing, and none of my friends were joining in, and he walked up and started dancing with me. And Pride is one of those moods where you just dance with the nearest person to you, and it doesn't matter. Like, grab a chair. It's the ending scene in the Blues Brothers. Just grab a chair if you don't have a partner. That's the mood. And he started dancing, and then he stopped really suddenly. It looked like he was in pain, and I immediately thought, the lesions must hurt. They look like scabs. They look like painful scabs. And he was saying to me, "No, I just need to catch my breath." And I was like, "Are you seriously all right?" And one of the lesions actually opened on his skin, and I was like, "That has got to hurt." And he was like, "It doesn't hurt any more than anything else." I only knew, because I had done a little bit of reading on it, that I could actually help him with that wound without putting myself at risk. As long as you've got no cuts and stuff on your hands, as long as, there's no blood-to-blood contact, you are safe. No one will force you to do anything, but you can talk to people. But also don't be the idiot I was, where I said, "But do they hurt?" He was really nice, and he understood that it came from a place of concern that I asked that. But please try and get some education on HIV and AIDS. There are stalls generally at Pride that give out red ribbons, that give out pamphlets and information on that give out free condoms.
Yeah.
Because it's such a big thing in the community that we have problems with STIs. Ask your questions at those stalls. And please, for the love of God, a few things. Now, these are going to sound really backwards, the things I'm saying. I know of people today who still believe these things. Categorically saying you can't catch it from a toilet seat. You can't catch it from kissing and exchanging saliva. Unless you've got like cuts and abscesses in your mouth. In which case you shouldn't be kissing anyway because, you know, you can pass that on. You can't catch it from sharing drinks. Okay? There is treatment now. There is also, you know, you can get tested. You have to be tested twice for it. You have to be tested when you first think you're exposed and then 6 months later. Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying to you. You need to have been tested within 6 months. These are basic facts about HIV and AIDS that people need to be aware of. And we will definitely end up going more into it when we talk Philadelphia. But that basic sex education and STI education, I wish people knew more about that. And I wish that was more widely accessible, especially to the younger people who are hormone-driven and horny.
Yeah.
I have a friend who is my age, and because he wasn't educated on safe sex, caught it. And that was how I learned about it, because he called me and he said to me, I've got AIDS. And I was like, holy shit, you're going to die. I was terrified. I was like 17 years old. I was like, my friend's going to die, because I didn't know what was out there. You shouldn't have to be in the position of having a friend who's told you they're diagnosed or being diagnosed yourself before you know about this stuff. So please take the time to learn about it and about other STIs as well. It is important. And that's one thing I wish every queer and not queer person knew, because purity culture has a lot to answer for in not educating people about sex. Talking about sexual health is not the same as talking about kink, and I absolutely will talk about sexual health to a minor if they ask. But again, there are lines you don't cross. And from an education standpoint, you'll find most of us are willing to educate. What we're not willing to do is discuss explicitly. There's a lot of information out there now. Find a reputable source and please learn about it. Protect yourself, protect others, and don't be the idiot 15-year-old who is worried that someone's lesions are hurting them. I meant well, but I still cringe at that memory. And I use myself as an example specifically for that reason. We all make mistakes and we all have to start somewhere.
The other thing I will say that I wish more people knew is that well-meaning people and people who are not, in terms of like personality and shit, transphobic or homophobic, can say and do transphobic and homophobic shit. I did when I first met a trans person. I tried to do some reading. I tried to be a responsible friend, and then I just found something that I couldn't wrap my head around. But I found that I found a thing about fertility issues amongst trans people. And I said, but why is that a problem? Because they're both going to have the same genitals anyway. Because it didn't occur to me that your sexuality could differ as well as your gender. But I thought it was one or the other for ages, and I just didn't click otherwise.
Yeah, so we're all going to fuck up. And we all have a responsibility, I think, to forgive that when people mean well. But don't push it either.
Yeah.
Do your own research. Don't come and ask me a question that I can answer with a let me Google that for you link. Because that will piss me off. At least
there's a reason.
If you come to me and say, I found this thing, can we discuss it? Great, no problem. Don't come to me and say to me something that you could have Googled and found in 3 seconds flat.
Yeah.
Google it before you start asking people, because that gets tiresome quickly. If you Google something, you don't understand it, or you want to say, you know, I don't know if this is an accurate source, bring it to one of us and say, do you gel with this? Is this right? to what extent is this right? And as an academic, I will happily have that discussion with you on an academic level. But please Google it first.
Yeah.
Google is your friend. It likes you. It wants to be near you. That's why it follows you all over the internet with cookies.
I sometimes say to people something that someone at it might even have been a Renaissance fair or something. I'm trying to think now, but there was this guy who taught me to play drafts who at this fair, and one of the biggest things I learned in life is something that random guy at a fair taught me. Great Wizard Google is your friend. He's wrong sometimes, but he's your friend.
Yeah.
Okay. So, the silly euphoria topic.
Yes.
Okay, right. I'm going to tell a story about Ring. Can I tell the story, Ring, about the first time you shaved here? Can I tell that story?
Okay.
Okay. So Ring tells me they're going to take a shower. And when I'm sat here watching TV, and I'm like, Ring's been in the shower 10 minutes. Okay. Ring's been in the shower 20 minutes. And I'm like, if you wanted an orgasm that badly, you should have asked. Ring's been in the shower half an hour. Ring's been, Ring, what are you doing? Oh, nothing. Now I'm suspicious. When Ring says nothing, it's like when a toddler says nothing. You go look.
I was going to say that sounds like when any British person says,
come when it's cold.
That sounds like the British phrase "nothing there."
Yes, exactly. You go look.
Yeah.
I went and I found Ring trying to shave their legs. And I was just like, okay, first of all, Ring, you don't do that in the bath unless you're a yoga expert. Second of all, no. And then Ring was like, because they were shaving their legs and they were going to put some like girly clothes on and just try it out. And we're like, cool, yeah. Didn't bother telling me this. Just was going to do it. And I think planned on walking into the room and surprising me. That was that bit. And then when they got out of the bath, went into the bedroom and I just heard eek, eek. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? The fuck are you doing? Seriously. And I was just like, what? Now, for those who've ever had to wear a bra, you know that bras are not instinctive. How did you try and put on a bra the first time? Ring had decided to put the straps over their arms and try and go like this. And now, unless you are frigging Elastigirl or some shit, that ain't happening.
There are
Not
some
actually.
bras you can do
I
that with.
successfully did that for 2 months after buying my first bra.
Did no one teach you? I literally grabbed hold of Ring. I was like, no, that's not how you do it. Fasten it around the front. And Ring's going like, but how do? And I'm just like, just shut up and watch. Fasten it around the front, twist it round, and pull it up. And they were just like, and Ring was mind blown with this.
So here's the thing: I am not living with any.
When I saw Ring fully dressed, I will say that you looked awesome.
Fair.
Yeah.
I am not currently living with anybody femme presenting over the age of 10.
Yeah, you need to learn how to put a bra on so you can teach them.
So I now know how to actually put a bra on because my best mate was around and saw me trying to put a bra on. Me and my best mate have known each other for 5 years, and we dated for one of those years. We don't give a shit.
This is valid, but yeah, that's how you put a bra on, folks. Back to front, upside down, fasten it at the front, spin it round, pull it up.
Yeah. Also,
Put your arms
I still keep my legs smooth because smooth.
Yeah. Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Smooth.
Like
now,
it's really affirming when I'm feeling femme, but even when I'm not feeling femme, it just feels nice.
This is valid.
One of my favorite things was when I came out to my friend Rose as non-binary. The first thing she said to me was, "Took your fucking time, didn't you?"
Oh, weirdly affirming things.
I had that.
Can I finish this bit,
Yeah.
Noodle?
No, go on.
She stood up, came over to me, slapped me around the back of the head, gave me a hug, and called me a Thembo.
I'm stealing that for when Ring does a derpy thing.
Yeah.
You're a Thembo now. Yeah.
So in response to Kitty in the chat, one currently all of my gender affirming garments are pull-ons.
Sports bras, yeah.
Yeah.
Sports bras.
Yes.
Yeah.
That being
I
said,
live in sports bras mostly, unless I'm going somewhere special.
I wish
That's
I
so
could,
comfy.
but I don't have. They don't give me the support.
That being said, I've been intrigued by the idea.
I have a corset. I'm not great at putting it on myself, but I do have one, and I look good in it.
Yeah.
Please
I made
excuse
my
me. The
own.
heat just turned up when I imagined bringing a corset.
Vengeance is mine.
Oh no, I'm not embarrassed. I just don't think it's suitable for the stream.
Now, oh boy, do you know what would be interesting? You know those old-fashioned like pirate-looking shirts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
One of them with a corset around the waist for Ring.
yeah, like the pirate look.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Also, same.
There you go. I wish. Yeah, that was just because the cuteness of when I saw Ring dressed for the first time in femme clothing, you were just so happy. You seemed so happy, and it was just like. I hear stories about spouses who aren't like that, and I'm just like, give yourself permission to just see how happy your partner is.
Yeah.
And because if you, I'm not judging anyone who struggles with it. It's a big topic.
Yeah.
But just give yourself permission to know your spouse is happy, and then take it from there, and decide what you can then deal with and what you can't.
There you go.
That look, basically, yeah.
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 I made all that.
Oh, I have learned that lots of my friends, especially like my lesbian friends, when I dress femme, think I'm hot, and so my friend Amber knew consciously that I was non-binary. I don't think it sunk in until she saw me in a dress. And I walked up to her wearing a dress, and Amber is like a lesbian. She'd never seen me in any light except like a really platonic way. And she had the biggest set of gay panic.
Yeah, it's the holy shit, you're hot moment.
But that was so really fucking gender affirming and funny, because it wasn't even a particularly nice dress, and she still lost her shit.
Yeah.
So are we still telling funny gender affirming stories?
Yeah, I have one. Not funny.
I have one as well.
I met, like the same day I put my tweet out on Twitter that I was questioning all the rest of it, I messaged a very close friend on Facebook. And don't forget, I was still calling myself Hissy at the time, and the exact message, because I have it saved as a screenshot on my phone, was, okay then, Mix Hissy, what pronouns do I use? And it was MX Hissy, because they'd read the thread. And that was just so affirming to immediately get that, okay, so you're there now. Prod me if I get... Her literal response was, okay, prod me if I get your pronouns wrong. And that was it.
Can I just mention something from both yourself and Ring? Because when we had discussions prior to you... Oh, we lost Sam.
Yeah.
Prior to you both coming out, was that this thing was, can we call ourselves trans? If you are not cis, you are trans. You are come under the umbrella term of being transgender. And that's all there is to it. You are part of the community.
Yeah. Also, like today, for example, before I had that conversation with you, Jen, I would have struggled on days like today when I'm feeling very feminine and I'm AFAB to still call myself under that umbrella.
Yeah.
I'm sure Ring has the same on masculine days.
Yeah.
And it's it's nice to know we're still welcome, because I was around for the bi people don't belong at Pride discourse. So I was kind of expecting more of the same with gender discourse.
There are definitely trans meds and people like that who don't accept this. Do not accept that anybody who is not cis is trans. No, you have to transition. You have to have medical intervention, or you're not really trans.
Yeah.
And in to my own shame, I was a little bit like that in my past. I've talked about that before. But it's not true. It definitely is not true. And that is just that is just
The trans bit is transgender, not transition.
Yes.
Also, Noodle, in regards to that story, the one with me getting dressed up for the first time.
You're not going to embarrass me if you say I got the uwu eyes, because I know I did.
No, I'm going to say, there is a picture.
Yes, there is a picture.
Ooh.
Yes.
Yes, there is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes, that was a very good look. And now I have the uwu eyes again.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
Unfortunately, pretty much, except for some stuff I picked up from Walmart, all of my FM stuff is in the UK.
Yeah.
Would you like to see possibly the weirdest thing I've ever seen give anyone gender euphoria? And yes, it's me who it gives gender euphoria.
Yes.
Okay.
I bet I can top it on the weirdness factor, but go ahead.
My handmade leather-bound notebooks. I don't know why.
It's because they feel they come with the baggage of masculinity and tradition and all of it. I get the same, yeah.
But they're almost
Well,
like
the thing is, it's not just the masculine thing though. It's like there's a certain level of androgyny to these fuckers.
Yeah.
And I've got like 5 or 6 of them.
Hang on.
And
yeah.
I like carrying these bastards gives me so much gender euphoria. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You seem mildly concerned, Ring.
No,
Shall I
no,
bring up
I
something
was.
that's weird that almost makes me that has occasionally made me query how binary I am in my identity, and that is the voice dysphoria that a lot of trans people get. Now, I know my voice is fairly androgynous, but this is my voice. This has always been my voice. This is how I've always talked all the way through. And I like my voice. I like it being androgynous. I think it's cool. And I really like it when it fucks people up.
Ooh. I like that, Noodle.
Yeah.
So,
My precious, handmade.
Oh, I also have one that
I
isn't
don't
leather that's made. It's got a marble front and back cover with a dragon engraved in it or some shit.
Yes, marbling is also very precious.
I'm just a notebook fiend. So this is something that a lot of cis people don't seem to understand is when we describe gender in weird terms. My gender is 4 or 5 old-fashioned leather-bound books on a table in an old-fashioned study.
With a silk tie on top. Like a silk tie that you just pulled off on top. Also, for weird things that are oddly gender affirming, nothing makes me feel more masculine when I'm wearing a tie with a collared shirt and I've unfastened it at the front so it's hanging down like a school kid. But that moment when you go to pull it off and you just hear it running through the inside of the collar, for some reason, that moment makes me feel so masculine. It's also hot as fuck whenever I see anyone else do it.
Okay.
That explains what. No.
But also, collared shirts in general just make me feel so masculine, and I love them.
Something that is I find completely gender affirming and makes me feel totally feminine is when I can rock something that is gender neutral, but it doesn't make anybody see me any less as a woman.
Yeah.
Like, this jacket is gender neutral and I wear it all the fucking time. Yeah. And I love it because it's gender neutral. It's got huge, enormous pockets and it's fucking awesome. I think I rock it, and it doesn't detract from who I am. It doesn't stop me being me.
Also,
And that's incredibly apparent.
Today's gender is bergamot scented candles. I don't know why, but bergamot scented candles.
But funny gender affirming stories, and it goes back from before I transitioned, when I was with my original ex, who I've got my kids with. So we were, and I've told this story before, but we were down on the foreshore in Albany eating fish and chips, and this guy comes over to us, and he comes up to us and goes, "Excuse me, ladies, could you tell me the directions to such and such?" And I just turned up to it didn't even twig on me what he said to start off with. I just answered and gave him the directions, and he says, "Oh, thank you, ladies," and walks off. And my ex turns to me and she said, "You are so growing a beard."
Oh, see, my best mate.
My phone case, for some reason.
The affirming bit wasn't her telling me to grow a beard. The affirming bit was the guy.
Being called ladies,
yeah. My best mate. When we sometimes go out in town, the most gender affirming thing is when we stop to chat to a random stranger, and when they call us ladies, because it's the most bizarre thing is that it happens so often that even if I don't feel like I'm passing, older people will still refer to me and my best mate as ladies.
Sam, you've given a really specific example of randomly talking to strangers. For the Londoners and the foreigners in the chat, this is something that Northerners do.
Yes.
Don't worry, no one expects you to do it. We are aware that it is a very localized custom. I'm sorry, I just had to. Because,
if you visit me, be aware I may stop to chat shit with random strangers for 3 minutes. But
don't do that in London. They'll look at you really funny and just stare.
What is it with the UK people? I mean, not all UK people, because obviously Northerners aren't like that. They're more like Aussies, where we will stop and talk to people. We're not uptight. We're the kind of people who, if you're sitting next to somebody you don't know on a bus or a train, you might actually have a conversation with them.
If you do it.
If you do that in London, they'll probably think you want to stab them, so I don't recommend it. Or at least that's the way they look at you. Also, oddly...
It's the bloody Southerners.
Writing with a fountain pen can sometimes be oddly gender-affirming, and I don't know why. Because with a fountain pen, I can write in a really girly way. But also, there's that thing of, you've seen pictures of, men from the 1800s holding a fountain pen as well. So it can also be affirming when I'm feeling masculine. So I love it.
Yes.
It just odd gender things.
Or
also, the first owning a penknife. Even just holding a penknife makes me feel more masculine. I don't know why.
Wrapping my hair in a towel after a shower.
Oh, the wrap. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know something? I've never been able to do that successfully, and I also hate wrapping hate having, because I hate hats, so I hate having things wrapped around my head. So it's probably why I can't do it.
The secret to that, Jen: throw your head forward first and put your hair forward, then put the towel on the back of your head, gather it up, and then twist it so your hair is part of the long bit, and then wrap it round.
All right.
Then a little bit underneath, or clip it down. One or the other.
My hair's still short enough that I just do the bandana thing.
Yeah, but
I get that, but I couldn't do it. It would annoy me. Having something tightly wrapped around my head would just drive me insane within 5 seconds.
It doesn't have to be tight. Stick around after the stream. I'll talk you through it.
Oh no, I can't wear hats. It's like I said, I cannot wear a hat. It drives me mental. I cannot do it.
Also, seriously,
and sorry for saying that word because I shouldn't say it.
No, but swapping tips for doing things of the other gender is also a very queer thing that we do, isn't it?
Yeah,
we all
it is.
sort of I'll go to Ring and I'll be like, I'm feeling really masculine, and Ring will tell me something to do with how to my dad taught me how to wear a shirt and didn't even realize it was a gender affirming thing, but taught me how to iron a shirt properly.
How about something that was incredibly affirming, but also entirely creepy at the same time? My mother came to me and asked me for advice about lube.
Yeah, when my dad asked me for advice about sex toys, that was kind of odd.
Yeah, I was like, and I said to her, why the hell are you asking me? And she goes, because I can't ask your sisters. It's too creepy. And I know you, and I know you're open and honest and you will tell me about it and you understand these things. And I go, yeah, that's incredibly affirming, but also incredibly creepy, Mom.
Now, see, I had the moment of shit. I am everyone's advice friend when I got a random DM. Oh, hey, so and so who you knew in college, said I should message you because I'm just starting to transition and I don't know where to find LGBT groups.
Wow. Okay, that's weird. Yeah.
Yeah, in fairness, I did know the guy fairly well in college.
Yeah, I had a turby twist kitty, but my hair is way too thick for it. I have Indian hair, which...
Well, it was more directed at Jen, but...
Yeah.
Yeah. No, look, my point is I don't like things on my head, so...
You could actually sew on a button with a strand of my hair.
Yeah. So even if I could do it, and it's probably why I've never learned properly to do it, because I don't like things on my head.
No, this is fair. This is valid. Just if you.
I'm happy to be shown, but that's
or another really kind of weird thing is like having my bangs down feels femme, having them like slicked back feels mask.
To be fair, slicked back, you look like a 1940s gangster, so I'm not complaining. And slick forwards, you're gorgeous anyway, so I'm not complaining.
One of my friends found out that they are trans by their now partner, who just referred to everyone by they them pronouns, using they them pronouns, and then this person just lost their shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, just while we're on the sharing tips thing, for anyone who wears glasses and wants different frames to match your like gender identity and stuff, because different shapes and stuff will feel better on different days. There's a website called Zenny that does really cheap glasses, and you can also get them without prescription glass in them from that website. They're based out in I think they're Japanese, but I've used them, so I can recommend them. It's Zenni, or Z for the Americans, ENNI. Yeah. Recommend them. Takes a while to ship, but worth it, because I got like 4 sets of glasses for the price of one that I would normally pay in the UK. So if you want cheap specs.
Now, what do you guys think of this?
Okay, wow. I feel like you just stepped away from like a 1983 Amstrad computer.
Yeah. No, see, I think you just finished. I think you just finished hacking Kung Fury through time.
Okay, no.
Who is the
Sam,
other
how
character
are you managing
in...
to get StreamYards to run under DOS?
I'm getting Wayne's World vibes here.
Oh dear. These were my granddad's glasses that I stole when he died.
I did say 1980s Amstrad PC. This is valid, yeah. They're very do you know what they are? They're not Daedry glasses, they're Ken glasses. And only the Brits will get that comment, but they are Ken glasses. Yeah.
This is fair.
Everyone's granddad has those glasses.
Now, here's the other one, is that I have a flat cap around here somewhere. Oh, boy. What's up, Diddle? Oh.
Anyhow, you say you've got to whip it as well, you're in trouble, because, yeah. that would be...
that would be cultural appropriation, would it?
Yeah.
Oh boy, that's my dad bought several flat caps a little while back, and I just was like, yoink. And in fairness, most of my family's from Yorkshire, so
Yes, but
That's the vibe those glasses give me.
okay, Jen. If you want to talk
Sorry,
about
Sam.
glasses vibes,
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I am Edna, but I am not Edna Mode. I am Dane Edna. In these glasses.
Oh, I was actually thinking you're
Monsters,
Inc.
Yeah, Rose.
Roz,
or
that's it. Roz glasses, yeah.
I have a feeling I was like too loud in the library.
yeah.
Yeah, it is sort of 1950s teacher.
Yeah.
It is.
But then this is what I mean by you can change your gender very quickly with your glasses. To that.
Yeah.
To be fair, I always have teacher vibes with my
Seriously,
glasses.
if you're under the trans umbrella, don't get contacts. Glasses are awesome.
Yeah.
And you can literally change your look so fast.
Yeah.
So especially if you're gender fluid, it's nifty. Just get yourself a glasses case to stick in a bag.
Very true. I also have another really weird item of clothing that gives me gender euphoria.
Go on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Give me a second to turn my headset off so I can put it on my face.
Is anyone else curious what it is now? How many pairs sets of clothes?
Now I feel like I'm going to get stabbed.
Is that a Mexican? You look like a Mexican wrestler. I love it.
Yeah.
It's not quite luchador, but
it's
yeah,
cool.
because luchador masks are like full.
I feel like it's a sort of mask of a Lion King, but like the Broadway version.
Yeah.
Especially with that hair behind it, you look very Lion King. Yeah. It's also eerie that you're not speaking. Please speak.
Don't tell me that one's vibranium too. Nah, I'm just feeling it.
Now, so this is pan styled actually. So you got horns, pan pipes, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I didn't look that closely. My glasses are off.
This is just something that my little sister's boyfriend randomly made me.
Oh, nice.
And it was like, fuck it, this gives me such non-binary vibes, I'll have it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Also.
Yeah, actually being able to take part in my religion without feeling dysphoric is really affirming.
It is. Especially like Hermes. Like, fuck it.
Yeah, it's not even that. It's more just like when I was Catholic, I felt like a hypocrite even praying knowing I was bi. To being able to just like, my gods don't care. Zeus would fuck me anyway.
But
pretty much.
It's weirdly, it's gross, but it's also weirdly affirming.
But yeah,
now,
also talking affirming, playing with my hair.
Yeah. I told...
I play with your hair.
Noodle and Ring, I told you the story, didn't I, about a thing that occurred in relation to Hephaestus and Aphrodite?
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Well, I don't think I'm going to leave it as vague as that for everyone else, but that happened shortly after I came out as non-binary, and that was weirdly affirming.
Yeah. 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 So
yeah.
We've done all that. Okay.
Did Jeff give us a closing question a little bit ago?
Yeah. I think we already covered it.
Basically do exactly what you're doing, Scummer. Ask questions and listen. And actually put the answers into practice.
And back us up if we need it.
Yeah. Most of us do not necessarily need backup, but it's nice to have it. Even if all you're doing, if we're in a Twitter argument, even if all you're doing is liking our tweet replies and occasionally retweeting us, we see you. We know you.
Or if the other person's being a bigot, just saying, don't be a fucking bigot.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
and then
You don't have to contribute any more than that. It's like, don't be bigger.
And but in real life as well, there's a lot of talk about things, you know, changing room banter, pub banter is a nasty one. If you're in a group, I think the best allies are the people who are not scared to call their friends out. I don't particularly care, well, I do. I appreciate it, but I don't appreciate you calling out some randomer on Twitter or someone I know you don't like as much as I do you calling out your friends.
Yeah.
Because then you're actually taking a risk, and you're proving that you've got my back. We're good.
Yeah.
You know, that's
the first time I saw one of my cishet friends call someone else on their shit, it was just like, I know you like this person. Thank you.
Yeah, because you are then taking a risk, and that's what we mean by fight with us.
Yeah,
you're not in the fight if you have nothing to lose. If you've got skin in the game, we know, and we appreciate when you take the risk.
Just because I think Jeff wants some eye candy. There you go, Jeff.
Oh wow! I need a moment again. Excuse me.
Also, I don't know why, but putting my Copperbergs in pint glasses.
Pint glasses just feel really,
I have different types of pint glasses.
Glasses feel really feminine.
I was going to say, because the one that you've got in your hands kind of got a boob and a cock on it. So
yeah.
And you're going to drink out of it. You're going to suck slowly and enjoy. Too much is straight off. I love how Sam just does that with a straight face.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's your list. And
exactly,
we know
Kitty.
when you've chosen. And we know when you've chosen, and we appreciate when you choose. But it is an active choice. You can walk away, we can't.
Yeah.
But if you don't walk away, we see that too. And that's how you be a good ally. You walk with us, you don't walk away from us.
Yeah.
I think is the sort of the best way of putting it. You know, everyone's a Liverpool fan on the anniversary of Hillsborough. That's, you know, it's that tone of when you're with us, you're with us. Sometimes, you know, when we know that in those moments, those really difficult moments, you are by our side and you are with us.
Like
that's where it counts.
If Jeff at this point says he's a Southampton fan, I'm fairly comfortable to say proper Southampton fan.
I will absolutely become a Southampton fan for Jeff when his team is playing in the final. You know?
Yeah. And yes, the Sam Elliott meme is always good.
Yes, the Sam Elliott meme is valid.
It's excellent.
Yeah, no.
But see, my favorite. Yeah. My favorite is one of my favorite memes is what is it? You're not just wrong, you're stupid.
Yeah.
Oh, that really long one of the really long one that basically boils down to this is the stupidest take I've ever heard. It's a fairly old one where it's like if the council has made a decision and that one
I have elected to ignore it.
Yes, that one, but as it's a dumbass decision, I've elected to ignore it. That's a great one. But also there's another one.
Amazing. Every word that you've said is wrong.
It's wrong.
Yeah.
But in regards to memes and such, never thought I'd die fighting next to an elf. How about with a friend?
That I can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There used to be a really great meme.
There should be an LGBT version, actually, of that meme.
Never thought I'd die fighting alongside a insert here.
A cis. Well, how about a fighting alongside her?
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely.
or alongside as an LGBT. A queer. That's what you want.
Yeah.
A queer.
Yeah, never thought I'd die fighting alongside a
Alongside
queer.
a queer.
How about a friend? Yeah, I can do that.
Although there are people who would absolutely hate that as a meme.
Yeah.
Just because of the
both
work
sides, I think. Yeah, on both sides.
Oh yeah.
But I think equally, if you put never thought I'd be fighting alongside a cis, how about alongside a friend? I feel like that one would go down better.
And also, I noticed that in this position, like the green screen glitter added to my letters is stronger.
That's cool.
And I'm okay with that.
Yes, we're okay with that.
Yes.
I'm not okay with that because it's drawing my eyes down and it keeps distracting me.
Hey, my eyes are up here. That was weirdly affirming.
There you go.
I see. Once I start estrogen, I totally want a shirt that says my boobs are down here.
Yeah. I just certain things are weirdly affirming. Going to the hairdressers and rather than them, and when they say to you, how long do you want, or where do you want it? How do you want it? But that is always weirdly affirming because in that moment you absolutely have a world of possibilities open to you, and they will do.
You still need to accept that, Sam.
Yeah, I see. The thing is, I forget that I say this with friends who make clothes in the chat. I'm like, oh, yes.
Yes. Do you know what? Anyway, I have figured out the gender binary is not male female. The gender binary is knitting or crochet. I love how Sam's actually considering that as a valid argument.
Yeah.
Which makes me sewing.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think I might be quilting.
So there are 10 rules about gender. Rule 1. These rules are the only thing that's binary.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many good LGBT related jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can both knit and crochet. So yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I'm glad that this is known to be a safe space.
Yeah. I'm glad that's because that's kind of what we wanted with this, wasn't it?
Yeah.
To give people a space to just ask questions and be cool.
Vibe.
Yep.
But yeah. Wow, is that how long we've been going for? Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
I might have to go soon.
The gay agenda is a loosely defined term here. We didn't have one.
Timings are very fast and loose. And
yeah.
I'm happy to keep going as long the fuck as you guys want to. I expected this to happen, but I also don't know if you guys have shit you need to do.
I need to sleep.
No, I never have anything to do.
Yeah, so any last questions before we close up?
Tria, you are valid.
You are valid, Tria.
Valid. Anyone who says otherwise, tell them to add me. I will eat them.
Yeah. Yes. Rule 10. Please look at Rule 1.
Okay, so there's a store in the UK called Richer Sounds, and if you walk into the store, they have a sign up: rules of customer service. Rule 1: the customer is always right. Rule 2: if the customer is wrong, refer to Rule 1. Mm-hmm. And that's the company's entire customer service policy, and they put it up on signs in the store.
As someone who has worked retail,
that is false.
It is a lie, but as a customer, it does give you. They sell high-end electronics, so as a customer, that makes me feel better.
I always say the customer should be you should treat the customer with respect, but the customer is definitely not always right.
Yeah,
the customer is almost certainly wrong, but respect them.
Yeah.
No. No. The customer is always certainly wrong. The best way you can respect them is to tell them so.
Yeah. See, that's why when I go into Richer Sounds, because I have done that a couple of times, I've opened up with, now I want your opinion on this, because I'm not educated here.
Yeah, no, I have gone into Richard. I bought my TV from Richer Sounds, and the question was, I don't know shit about TVs, and the last time my dad bought one was 1995. Help.
Yeah, those words give Karens their power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does become
And when people,
parents, but yeah.
I didn't particularly like my boss in one of the pubs I worked in, but my boss did have the policy of, if the customer's being a dumb shit, they're wrong.
Yeah, if the customer is wrong, tell them so.
So we didn't get very many Karens in there, and the ones that we did get, I was allowed to tell them to fuck off, and if they didn't listen to me, the boss would then tell them to fuck off.
I worked in a casino that was like that for a while. I trained in a casino that was
I mean, that respect thing is a two-way thing. If the customer's not going to respect you, well, they can fuck off at that point. Respect goes out the window if they're not going to be respectful.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You earn respect. You don't get it automatically no matter who you are.
Yeah,
But
and
the customer's being respectful,
worked
you need to be respectful as a worker.
Yeah. I actually did work at one pub where the owner had the policy, the manager isn't always right.
That sounds like a toxic work environment as a pub manager. I would not want to work for that owner.
And it was, the thing is though, that while that was a rule, it was purely and simply that was only a rule because of the manager that worked there.
I mean, if that rule is the manager isn't always right, sometimes the glass collector is. Yes. If it's the manager is not always right because the customer is, then
oh no, not in relation to customers, in relation to staff.
All right, okay, that's fair.
Like a back end manager.
Yeah, no, that's valid. What the hell does the back end manager know about working in a pub? You're there to do the books and look busy. Shut up, let me pull a pint. That's your job. What do you do? Shh.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but when you've got like a 3-person staff and one of these 3 people is a glass collector.
Okay, so in that case, the person behind the bar is the one who knows what's going on.
Yeah.
Also, the glass collector knows far more than you think they do.
I really did. I was the glass collector. Part of, and this tells you pretty much what area I was working in, Noodle, is that the general rule was, if I see someone doing drugs, report them to the owner and presume the owner called the police.
Yeah. I have a theory of business. Yeah, no, I have a theory of business. My theory of business is that there should be a rule that at least once a week, the CEO has to sit down with the lowest paid person in the company and ask them what they would do with the information the CEO has about a major decision. Because the lowest paid person in the company is the person who cleans the toilets. They know all the shit that goes on in the company. Literally.
Yep.
I guarantee you, companies would change fast.
Yeah. I have the thing is that I know full well that if I did end up reporting like drug stuff, his rule in his pub was I get a cut or the police get called.
Yeah, but that's a rule that covers your ass because you went to your superior.
That's why I say
yeah.
Yeah, that's why I did that when I said the rule, because
we all know what the rule is in British pubs. Don't worry about it. We all know.
Yeah, that's one of those. I know we have an American audience too, so
yeah. The rule is definitely head down, mouth shut. See no evil, hear no evil. Generally. Yeah.
Oh, I will wear that all the fucking time. I will wear that on streams, Kitty. if you do.
Oh, we got a final question.
Let me grab my tarot cards. Seriously, I'll do a 3-card spread on it. I'm not fussed.
I think we will go. We will definitely go forward. Things will get better. How much better, I think, is the big question. There's going to be a lot of kickback over the next few years because, but religious groups, especially. I mean, I mean, apolitical religious groups like the Heritage Foundation and that sort of thing, the Catholic Church, they don't want to have LGBT plus visibility. They especially don't want trans visibility. Yeah. So it's going to be a lot of kicking and screaming. It's the same as it was for gay marriage, the same as it's been for gay rights, for LGBT rights, for in general, it's going to be kicking and screaming, constant kicking and screaming. And if they and their plan has always been that if they lose a fight on one thing, they're going to move on to the next thing and then hopefully win that one and then come back and tackle the other ones later on. So if it's not trans people that they're going to be trying to kick, it'll be ace people. It'll be someone else. So if they actually win anything and call back things, the ultimate thing is to try and get rid of rights for anybody who isn't a cishet man, basically. Because that's the kind of aims these groups have, and they're the ones who spend the money. They're the ones who throw the money at the really bigoted individuals who
they came for the socialists.
Yeah, it's the same thing. We have to look out for each other, and at every stage of this, we do. You don't fight internally. Don't kick other people in LGBT in the teeth because you think you that can give you a leg up. Throwing other people under the bus has never worked. It's not a plan for the future. We have to stand together, and we are stronger as a community. And
that tarot deck was oddly insightful.
And to anybody who's cishet, just remember, at the moment, maybe it doesn't affect you, and maybe it never will. But what happens when your niece or your nephew comes out to you? Are you going to kick them in the teeth? Yeah. What happens if your kid is in the future? Are you going to kick them in the teeth? Don't kick other people in the teeth now, because the rights you take away from a trans person or a gay person or a lesbian or an ace person now are the rights you're taking away from your kids, from your family in the future, because it will affect you.
The other thing I will say is, you might think you're cis-hats, but I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen an incredible amount of people who think it won't affect them have like a sexuality crisis at like 50.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden they're like, shit, I'm a lesbian.
Yeah. I'm going to add on to that from kind of the historian hat, and I'm going to say our history has a nasty habit of being a one step forward, two steps back. Right now, we are on that second step back, I think. I hope we're on the second step back and not still on the first. So we're going to get one step forward, and then we'll take two steps back again and one step forward.
And eventually you get, I mean, you don't progress, necessarily go backwards. We get to a point, there's an attrition point where we win out because of time, because of education, because of this. The bigots who are from previous generations, I don't want to use the word boomer, but it's partly that, and it's partly people, even my generation. There's a lot of generation.
I think by
Generation X's who are a pain in the fucking ass. And
I think the generation now that are early 30s are probably going to be the last generation you see where any of this is a question.
Yeah.
Because we are kind of the last generation before when the early 2000s just opened wide open. So
look at Sam's group coming through.
Sam's generation, to me, they're the generation who are going to lead the charge to a much brighter future. The problem is they've got to wait, given average life expectancies, at least 70 years, if not longer, for the rest of us to die out.
Yeah. And that doesn't mean we give up and we say, it's never going to be better for us, because it is going to be better for us.
But we have to keep fighting to make sure in 70 years it's good.
And it won't be 70 years. It'll be less than that, because you will get enough. You don't have to convince everybody. You have to convince a majority, and we are almost there with it. So once we get that majority, there'll be kickback, but you will not lose it. It will not. The steps backwards then stop, and you start getting better things for the future. And the reason why my generation, the X's who are around who want change, everybody beyond me who's positive about it and wants to see a better future for everybody, especially for people Sam's age and younger, is that the things we do now affect us, that they make a better future for us, but it makes an even more outstanding future for the people in the generations after us. So I get benefits from this, but the benefits for Noodle, for Ring, and for Sam will be better than they are for me, because you guys are younger than me. So you'll see more benefit from this. So it's in my interest to fight for me, but it's also in my interest to fight for you guys, because you should never have had it as hard as what I've had. I should never have it hard as somebody like Jenny Morgan did. And that is what we have to work for. Never go to this thing was like, hey, I've got what I want, I can stop now.
Yeah,
Fuck
and
that.
all this,
That's the wrong attitude.
it didn't do me any harm. Yes, it did.
Yeah.
And I sincerely hope, I'm 27, Sam's 19. I hope to God Sam's, not had the situations I've had. And I hope in 10 years' time, Sam looks back and knows a 19-year-old and can actively say, yes, that person's not had what I had, because we've made progress.
I would like to think so. I'll be completely honest here. I am of the view that humanity will probably burn itself out relatively soon. By and large, and this is entirely me being a pessimist, but I see so many people who are my age who say they care about something and do nothing.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you said that, because I thought I was just talking like a boomer when I looked at the younger generation and went, but what do you actually do?
Yeah.
Like, I will go out there and I will fucking march, and some of the people I know will do it, but 90% of the people my age I know were not out there in BLM protests. They were sat at home making tweets about them.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't out because of COVID, but I was doing other stuff. I was putting money in because I couldn't physically get there.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. You've got to be activist requires action.
Yeah. And I didn't go to the protests personally, but I helped my mates who were going make signs because I couldn't.
Yeah. So you do what you're capable of. And that doesn't mean if you're disabled, feel guilty because you can't get out on a march. Or because you
and
can't
I'm not saying that is the only... I'm not saying that's the only effective thing.
Yeah, no, but there are other ways to contribute.
People,
tweeting is not one of them.
You can educate. Education can be valuable, but the people my age, a lot of the time, don't fundamentally understand the basics before they try and teach other people shit that's complicated that they think they understand.
Yeah, educate yourself is the best way of becoming an activist.
To answer Scummer's question, it depends on whether or not, or in regards to the U.S., I'll say it depends on how the midterms go.
The midterms in the 2023 election. Yeah.
And perhaps that is a follow-up.
Yep.
Yeah.
I am to kind of give, because I kind of just said I'm being a pessimist, but I'm of the opinion it will get better, but the extremists will get worse, and that will just kind of be a cultural thing. But I don't know if logistics-wise, in terms of the difficulties with being LGBT, I don't know how much they will improve because I see a lot of inaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are stuck in a rut right now.
I'm going to answer
the material conditions
from a different look. I think people my generation and older think that younger people, they get what we did. I think we think they forget. I do not think that is actually the case. Because I have spoken to so many young... And the cat knocked my camera off.
Oops.
Okay, fix that.
Kitty says no.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, for me, I think the saddest thing is people of Sam's age who are like Sam I don't see a lot of them. And I'm not seeing people your age who have the intelligence you have and who understand the history.
I'm seeing
teaching the history is most important, because that's how you teach them of how far we've come, and that's how you make them not take it for granted. These kids don't know their own history, and that's a problem.
A lot of people my age are so burnt out, they are genuinely content to just work at Asda. And that be it.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, my age as well. The problem is, there are also, I think he's younger than you, to be fair. I think it's the generation that comes after you don't know their own history. And fair enough, they've not had time to learn it yet. They're in their teens.
Yeah.
But if you don't know your history, keep your trap shut on it. Yeah. Don't talk about what you don't understand. Because there are a lot of them opening their mouths thinking they've got a right to a platform, and they don't, because they don't know shit about what they're talking about.
I actually ended up when conservatives try and say to me that there's a lot of bad information about gender and stuff, my general response is, okay, but if you're complaining that most of these people are teenagers, why are you interacting with teenagers on social media and that's where you're getting your information?
Yeah.
The problem is when I see teenagers going out of their way to propagate bad information. Because I've seen it, you'll see a teenager will drop a really problematic tweet and it'll go viral.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, but someone needs to sit this kid down and have a discussion with them.
Like, from a polytheistic and paganistic perspective, people will try and rewrite Hades' history a lot, instead of accepting that there is a cultural lens through which Hades was seen.
Look, I adore Madeline Miller's books, but please stop it.
Yes. Like, Hades is in terms of praxis, Hades is a fairly chill guy. In terms of mythology, in the mythology, he's done some genuinely shit things.
You'll be hard pressed to find a deity who hasn't in the Hellenic pantheon.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the cultural lens they saw it through was super problematic. That's why they told the story.
Sexuality and stuff, because you see teenagers coming out and saying, "Don't use the word queer; it's a slur." They're saying you can't reclaim. I genuinely had teenagers harassing me, telling me I couldn't reclaim the pink triangle, and I was like,
"Yep,
what?
Yeah." It's a whole fandom thing, Jed. It's wow. Someone made a badge with the pink triangles on it and got. This was 3 months ago. They're still getting harassment. I bought 2 in solidarity. Well, one I kept and one's on my pin badge thing over there. It's
also if someone is saying something can't be reclaimed because it's too Nazi adjacent, it's probably 4chan trolls trying to keep it Nazi.
The only things I have seen the Nazis have that I will say let them keep is the versions of runestones they created.
Yeah, but they created it so they can have it.
Yeah, pretty much. If they made it, they can keep it. But the shit they used and the shit that was adjacent to them, fucking reclaim.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they stole it in the first place.
So the black sun as a symbol is a Nazi symbol, but the images the black sun are based off, where people will try and tell me, "Oh, that's based on the black sun. You're a neo-Nazi." It's like, no, the black sun is based on a bunch of runic rings that existed thousands and thousands of years before them.
Yeah, it's like we've got records of swastikas going back frigging thousands of years.
That's where I was going to go.
We've got, Nordic runes go back well before, Trump used it on a stage. We've got...
Though, if I remember right, that specific stage was specifically a Nazi alteration.
Yeah.
Yes.
But, you know what I mean? Like, the runes... There's an argument for the SS symbol being a rune. And it's like, yes, but it didn't start out life that way, I promise you.
I'm going to hop out, guys, because it's like nearly 2 a.m. here. So
okay, any chilling you want to do first?
No, not really. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm not even sure what I'm doing this week at the moment, so that's fine. I believe there'll be a show featuring Will, Kitty, and myself later this week. Whether it's a What the Fuck show or a sewing circle, that depends because I've got doctor's appointments later this week to deal with. So, and aside from that, there's a couple of projects on, but there's no set dates for them at the moment. So, just watch me on Twitter and see what's happening. So.
Yep.
Cool. Take care, Jen. Sleep well.
Nice.
Take care, hon.
Bye.
Tell the kitty night too.
Oh, that kitty.
Yep.
Bye.
Night. Yeah, like symbols and meanings change. Learn to change with them.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, if anyone, you know what? I watch a comedian, and I'm not going to name the comedian, but there's a great line, and he said, "Nostalgia is crack for old people." Think about it.
This is, oh boy, there's this TikToker I watch, but he is Canadian and his girlfriend's American, and they both pulled out like box mac and cheese from their childhood. And for the American, it was Kraft mac and cheese. The Canadian tried it and went, "This is edible plastic."
Yeah.
And the American was really offended and then described what Kraft mac and cheese tastes like to her. And he was just like, "You're just describing nostalgia."
Yeah.
Is a food inherently good because it's nostalgic?
Yeah. It's nostalgic. It's, you know.
Yeah.
If anyone's ever tried cheap supermarket hot dogs, they are not, I'm not convinced those actually are edible.
They taste like shit, but if you grew up on them, like me and Noodle almost certainly did.
Yeah.
Or fairground hot dogs.
Yeah, IKEA hot dogs are
those
weird.
Things are safe, you know, but I will absolutely buy a fairground hot dog.
Yeah. Go on, Ring, sorry.
Though I will say the cheap hot dogs are good if you like grill them.
Yeah, because they get that sort of stickiness to them. Yeah.
Like if you fry them or grill them,
they're all right. But if you boil them the way we do in the UK,
Now, I actually learned today that KFC selling beans is apparently not a normal thing elsewhere.
No, it's not.
That's funny. I ordered KFC and they gave me beans instead of corn on the cob yesterday.
And that I only discovered this like super recently, and it was like, because I heard a South African person who now lives in Scotland be like, "You do realize having baked beans with your KFC is like the most British thing on the planet, right?"
Yeah. To be fair, baked beans in general is the most British thing on the planet.
Yeah, bar maybe the stereotype of tea and crumpets, which I may or may not have genuinely had for breakfast.
To be fair, tea is what? Indian?
Yeah.
Chinese?
Yeah, I mean, where are baked beans from originally?
I don't know, the ground?
Well, I think to be fair, most British thing ever is,
stealing shit.
Going to war to take spices and then deciding you don't like them.
Yeah. So baked beans originated in Native American cuisine.
I'd like a word with Mr. Hines.
Yeah. The most British thing.
Karen hat on.
The most British thing on the planet is stealing shit and then destroying it or deciding you don't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, I don't like baked beans. I prefer spaghetti, but yeah.
Fair. I'll take either. I'm going to make my boyfriend eat baked beans on toast when he visits.
I'm not going to comment, but I know you will have gone to a British school and will know the joke that just popped into my head.
Oh, yeah.
So,
So are you trying to look after his heart or his colon?
Both.
Any other questions in the chat? Because we've been going nearly 4 hours.
Do we need to go another 10 minutes just to say we've gone 4 hours?
Yes.
Yes.
Because the gay agenda must be a round hour. So if we
Yeah.
go for 10 minutes of shilling and chatting, then we can kill it at like exactly 4 hours.
Okay.
So
Yes.
exactly 4 hours it's going to cut off regardless of who's saying what or anything.
Yeah.
That's
So,
the gay
Sam.
agenda. The gay agenda
so
is 4 hours, no more, no
now.
less.
Okay, so I have an Instagram which I've decided I'm going to use for something fuck knows what. I have a Twitter where I scream into the void. I have a link tree where you can find a bunch of my links. I will have I occasionally make like edited content, but on 5 p.m. Central Time on a Wednesday, we release new episodes of Pub Religion. And this week is going to be episode 8. I think the title is something like "Not Everything's a Sin," and it's basically going to be discussing how in society a lot of people assign morality to things which have no relation to morality,
Right.
especially like LGBT stuff. And that's episode 8. Episode 11, we will have our first guest
Nice.
because we've pre-recorded like 6 episodes ahead or some shit, so I know how that goes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's it. My art. If you go to any of my edited content and look at my artist's Instagram link, if you need commissions and shit, they're taking commissions at the moment.
Yep.
I'm not doing Death Stranding tomorrow because unfortunately I have a funeral to go to tomorrow, so I'm not going to be in any mood.
Yeah.
But next week I will pick it up, all being well. Other than that, I don't really have much to shill. I'm on Twitter at Danger Hisses. Sometimes I hiss at people and they hiss back. Then I get bitey. I have a card at the top of it that has all my links, so you can just click on that. If you find my fan fiction, Dead Dove Do Not Eat, don't like, don't read, yada, 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 3 rules of fandom. If you find my fandom Twitter, I'm sweary, kinky, and very horny on there. So again, don't like, don't follow. I block liberally and I use red block, so if you've been blocked in error, just like drop me a DM on my main or something. But otherwise, have fun. I'm in the Hannibal fandom. We do a rewatch every Thursday. And we are currently watching The Path, starring Hugh Dancy, the Hulu TV show. We're starting season 2 tonight at 8:30 UK time. If you want to pick up with season 2 with us, we tweet, use Follow The Path. And I think that's everything I'm involved in. Yeah, that's everything.
Okay. As always, there's secular D&D on Saturday, and shenanigans are happening.
We don't talk about your war crimes.
If you didn't see yesterday's episode, shenanigans are happening.
The word shenanigans in when Santi the Sane is involved frightened me.
Sounds like fun to me.
Yeah. Well,
sounds like I need a safe word.
Let me put it this way. 42nd decided to charm a creature that can bend reality.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
And do not talk about our war crimes.
And yeah, so there will be fallback next episode.
Shenanigans.
I mean, in fairness, a significant portion of D&D's spells would classify as war crimes, including cantrips.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, in fairness of a lot of things that just appear on TV would be war crimes in general stuff. So
yeah.
But I feel like 40 seconds war crimes, we really don't talk about 40 seconds war crimes.
And, since we are discussing secular D&D, also, since this is Pride Month, if you haven't watched the the Dinosaur Adventureland D&D special. I suggest watching it.
Let me find a link and drop it in the chat.
Yeah, Rudy, aka X-Cult Baby, basically stopped Kent Hovind with gayness.
We did. We all, between us, it was like but between me and Rudy, there was so much gay.
Stopping Kent Hovind is the gay agenda.
Yes. And Matt Powell. Matt Powell got spin kicked in the head by Freddie Mercury or some shit, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I genuinely thought you were going to say spanked for a second there, and I was like, Sam!
No, though I did have some penetration damage with a Velociraptor.
I did not need to know about your monster fucking kink, Sam.
Also...
It was with a rapier, don't worry. It was with a rapier, don't worry.
So
that does not make sense.
Also,
D&D, it's fun.
Yeah, on my Teespring, I have Be Queer, Be Immortal, and then various flags on the back. The one I'm wearing is the non-binary flag. Currently, it's only trans because it's only trans, and then the pan flag because I made them for the Trans Day of Visibility. Eventually, hopefully sometime this month, I'll have the initiative to actually make the rest of the pride flags.
Matt Powell has a giant inflatable banana in his backyard that he calls Dr. Peel.
Yes.
Yes.
I now understand this meme, so I'm joining in.
Yes.
Excellent. I have just grabbed the link, so that should be appearing in the chat when my Wi-Fi stops being an arse.
Yeah, okay.
Cool.
And, also, it's the second most viewed, stream I've had. So it's damn near at the top of my page.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I didn't realize it had gotten that many views.
Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. Come on. Damn it. Yeah, let's see. The most viewed was the Storykeeper stream at 129. Dinosaur Adventureland is sitting at a comfortable 114.
Wait, hold on. 129 people listen to you and I bitch about the Storykeeper's intro for 2 hours.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. And next week, we are doing The Left Hand of Darkness by Ursula K. Le Guin. There probably won't be a fourth Pride episode because family will be visiting sometime during the month. But in the case there is, I will put up a poll.
Cool. So what are we doing this month? We've had the Q&A. We're doing Left Hand of Darkness. We're doing Philadelphia, and yeah, it's those two, isn't it? Yeah.
And then if family isn't an issue, there will be a poll.
Yeah.
Okay. Taglines.
Otherwise.
Yeah, taglines. We have like a minute.
Okay. Have a day, and remember, communication is key.
Take care, be good, and if you can't be good, remember, use your noodle.
And remember, be queer, be immortal. And
right, now you've got a minute to fill.
Yes, and we have a minute to kill.
We have a minute to fill. Oops.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Speaking of stormtroopers, actually, earlier, I have my t-shirt says stormtrooper in training.
Cool.
Nice.
So can you actually shoot now and they teach you to miss? Is that what that is?
Yes.
So basically, it's the American Army.
Yeah.
Rings face because they know exactly what I'm talking about there.
Something embarrassing story stream.
Yes, hey, get me 23 more subscribers, and you'll have like at least 2 hours of embarrassing stories.
You're gonna need more than that, especially if you've got me on that stream. You know this.
Maybe it should be this length again.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
You may need to do a 2-parter.
Yeah, so get your friends to subscribe. Go ahead and share and, do all the YouTube shit. But, embarrassing story stream when I hit 200.